Hey coders, welcome to another exciting Fullstack project on my channel. In this project, we are going to build a real estate website where the contents, especially these properties, gets loaded dynamically. This whole data is coming from the backend depending on what is currently available in our database. Our backend is PHP and MySQL based, and our front end is going to be Glassmorphic user interface. So basically this tinted look that you are seeing over here, this frosted glass look that you see, so our whole website is going to follow this theme. I have already published the demo of the project, which highlights different functionalities and capabilities that we are going to learn and implement to this project. In that demo, I have also mentioned the GitHub repository link that you can go to and get a file which contains the references to pexel.com website, which contains all these images that we have used in this project. So without further ado, let's get our hands dirty with coding. Okay, now I have opened the project folder named Realtor in the Visual Studio Code Editor. As you can see, it consists of one folder named images and three files. One is index.html file, which is currently empty, as you can see to the right over here. Second is script.js file, this is also empty. And third is style.css file, which is also empty. So let's start with index.html file. They are empty because we are going to build this project together. I'm generating skeleton code. Let's change the title. Okay, now let's link our script and style files with this file index.html. So since file name is style.css, so let's keep it. And now at the end of this body element, let's link our script file, which is script.js. And just to make sure that this script file is loaded, once all the HTML contents have been loaded, let's attach this defer keyword. Now, as far as the contents of this body element are concerned, let's begin with our header element. So this is our header element. Currently, you can see it seems to be consisting of two elements, the logo to the left and the navigation bar to the right. But when we are on smaller screens, like this. So as you can see on smaller screens, you don't see the navigation menu. However, we see this icon, the menu bar icon, usually called hamburger icon. When I click on it, our drop-down menu appears, which is same menu which we could see over here on bigger screens. And the icon changes from the hamburger to this cross. When we click on it again, that drop-down menu disappears. So basically, this header element consists of three children: logo, navigation menu, and these icons, which are invisible on bigger screens. So now let's create the HTML code for that header element. So let's create a header element, and this consists of three children. The first one is going to be anchor element with the class name logo. Let's keep the hrefs empty for the time being. Real estate pro. Okay. The second one is going to be a div with the class name icons. Now this icons div is going to consist of two children, a hamburger icon and a cross icon. For both of these elements, we can use HTML entities. So let's search for HTML entity for hamburger menu. It should be visible somewhere. Hamburger. How to show burger icon. This is the hamburger. Let's copy this. Let's create a div with the class name menu within the icons div and put in this code for the hamburger menu. For the second one, let's again create a div with the class name cross. And for that, we can go for cross symbol. Let's click over here. For the cross symbol, we have this option, which is actually cross, and another one is this X looking. If we use this one, it's actually easier to style it. So I'm going to go with this one. So copy this and paste it over here. Okay. Now comes the third child, which is going to contain a nav element with the class name nav links, and this is going to contain 7 anchor elements. Let's keep the hrefs empty for the time being, but let's give them some captions. So first one is home, then we have to buy, to rent, feature properties, our services, about us, contact us. Okay. Since currently we are only focusing on building the user interface, so we are not going to involve the backend server. Instead, we are going to go with this live server, which is an extension in our Visual Studio Code Editor. If you don't already have one, you can go to this one, which is extensions, and over here can look for live server. So I already have this one installed. I don't need to install it, but if you don't have, you should install it. Okay. So in order to get the server started, let's click on this go live icon, and now it's showing the port where this one is actually running. And this is our project. Let's close this for the time being. Okay, I don't like this cross. I don't like this symbol either. So instead what I'm going to do is that I'm going to my demo project and copy the code for the cross symbol that I've used in the demo project. So let me paste it. So this is the one that I've used in the demo project, which is ##10005. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so now we have HTML code. Now we are ready to style them. We have already linked our CSS file, so let's go directly to our style file. So this is our style file. Let's start with the default global properties which apply to all HTML contents. Therefore, asterisk. Basically, we are going to remove the default padding attached to HTML elements. Likewise, we have to remove the margin as well. Then we have to set box sizing to border box. Okay, and since we will also use before and after pseudo elements, I am not sure about after element, but at least we have used before pseudo element, so I'm going to attach this element with these global properties as well. Basically, I'm removing default margin and paddings and setting box sizing to border box. Then let's define some properties for the HTML, the whole document, that is the root of the document. And over here, first of all, let's set font size to 62.5%. This is almost a standard. What this does is that it's going to set the basic unit from 16 pixels to 10 pixels. And when it's 10 pixels, it's easy to apply mental multiplication on it, such as we can double it by saying 2 rems, we can triple it by saying 3 rem, we can half it by saying 0.5 rem, so it's easier. The calculation becomes easier. So this is why we are doing this for the whole HTML document. Okay. Then what else do we need to do? Let's set the font family. We are going to go with the default ones. Let's go with this one. Okay, this is font family, font size, and let's set the overflow X hidden as well. We will eventually have vertical scroll bar, so scroll behavior, let's make it smooth, so it smoothly goes up and down rather than a sudden jump. So this ensures that if we quickly move the scroll bar up and down, that scrolling is smooth. Now let's define some properties for the body. Let's define font family. I think we have used Arial. Oh, let's remove it from here. I've already defined it over here as well. But for the project, we have used Arial. So we are keeping the font family for the body. And the other property that we should define over here is color of the text throughout the project, the whole website, which is a very, very dark brownish shade. It will look like a black shade, but it's actually a brown shade. The reason for defining over here is that by default, all the color will be this shade. However, wherever we need to explicitly change it, we will override this property only for those particular divs or elements. Otherwise, this is the default color. So these are the two properties for the body so far. Now we are ready to move on to the header element. Now our header element consists of 3 children, and by default they are all in their respective rows, so one after the other. Like this, we have to bring them into single row. So for that, we are going to set display to flex, and the default flex direction is row, so we don't need to specify it. However, justify content is going to be space between them, and align items is going to be centrally aligned. Let's define background color to see how much area is being occupied by the header. So let's give some temporary color, then I'll explain later. Let's give it this beige color. Okay, so this is how it currently looks. Let's put some space around these edges, left and right, and remove this underline, increase the font size, and increase the height as well. So for the space around the edges, left and right edges, we are going to give it padding, and also for the height, instead of explicitly defining height, we are going to give this height through padding as well. So for the top and bottom, let's make it 1.5 frame, and for the left and right, let's make it 2.5 frame. So this 1.5 frame means 15 pixels, and this 2.5 frame means 25 pixels. Rem means relative to root element. So this HTML is the root element. So we have given this font size over here, we have set it to 10 pixels. So 1 unit by default for the browser it consists of 16 pixels. By setting font size to 62.5%, we have technically set it to 10 pixels. So now when we say 1.5 frames, this means 15 pixels, 2.5 means 25 pixels. Let's increase the font size for the header as well. Let's make it 1.6 rem and see how does it look. Okay, so this is how it looks. Not bad, but maybe we should increase this font size a little bit more. So let's make it 1.8 rem, that is 18 pixels. Let's keep the size, then maybe we might increase it, but let's keep it for a while. Okay, after that, now let's define some generic properties for the anchor element. First of all, let's remove the underline, so text decoration is none, and text transform capitalize. Good. But if you notice the color that we have defined for the body, so it should have applied to all the children, but apparently these anchor elements have not been applied that color. The reason is that anchor elements by default contain color property. So because that color property, the default color property, is more specific to the anchor elements, so that takes precedence over generic property that we have defined for the body element. So we have to make sure our anchor elements are also the same color. We can write like this as well, but a slight inconvenience which it will cause is that if later on we decide to change the color and we change color over here, then we will have to come back over here manually change this property as well. So rather than giving it the value, we are going to set it to inherit. So this will inherit from the parent. So within the header element, all the anchor elements parent is header, and header has inherited the property from the body, this color property. So all the anchor elements within the header will also inherit this color property, and that color property will override the default color property. Okay, so as you can see, the color has been changed. Now let's go to the header. Let's give it font weight as well. Make it 600. Okay, now let's target these individual elements. Let's start with the logo. So header, there it has a child with the class name logo, and we are going to increase its font size from 1.8 rems to 2.2 rem. Okay, then after logo, let's move on to header and then nav links. Nav links, there let's target individual elements. Basically we want to put some space between those navigation elements, so we are going to give it some padding. For the top and bottom, let's make it 0 because we don't want to add more padding to the anchor elements. The header element already has some padding. So for the top and bottom, let's keep 0, and for the left and right, let's make it 1 rem. This is a nav links. Okay, I think that's better. Now we have to make these two icons invisible. Only when we are on smaller screens, these should be visible. So I'm going to target these two divs and then set its display property to none. So inside the header, we have icons, and then we have menu. We can do this, or since there is only one class with the class name menu, so we can directly target this as well. This is easier as well. For the cross as well, set its display property to none. Okay, so now as you can see, the icons have disappeared. The font, I'm not happy with the font weight. Let's make it 500. It's like right in the face. So let's make it 500. Okay, now we can give font weight 600 to this logo, just logo. Override the font weight to 600. That's fine. Now we have to convert this background of this header into a frosted glass effect. So for that effect to be visible, something should be behind it so that it gets frosted. If nothing is behind it, we will not be able to see if this frosted glass effect has been created or not. So for that, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a section, hero section over here, which will contain an image as its background. So that image will be behind this header section, and then the effect it will create is that it will look like we are looking into that image through a frosted glass. So let's go to our index.html and let's just define a section with the class name hero and hash as well. Hero. Okay, so currently let's keep it empty because we are not interested in section at the moment. We are only interested in giving it a background color. So let's go down. For the hero section, we have to give it width and height. So width is going to be 100% of the 100%, but let's check, have we defined width for the body? No, let's give it width 100% viewport width. So now giving this 100% width will cover the whole width of the browser window. Then, okay. Now for the height as well, minimum height, because the minimum height should be the whole window height, the whole height of the screen. So it's going to be 100% viewport height. Now we can create the background color, background image. So we are going to go with the background, which is a kind of composite property. It's a kind of shorthand for multiple background related properties. Okay, so first of all, let's bring in the image. So for that we are using URL, and we have images folder, and there we have this real estate pro 15. Then we don't want the image to be repeated, and the starting position of this image should be, with respect to this hero section, it should be top left corner, which is default position as well. Then we want the image to cover the whole area occupied by the hero section, so /cover. Let's have a peek. Okay, so this is how it looks, but let's remove this background part. There is one thing that I need to explain, but for that let's remove this background color. Where is the header? Okay, the background color, let's comment this out. Okay, so if you notice, when we remove the background color, there is nothing behind it. The image starts right where the header element ends. They are not overlapping, so we wanted this image to be behind this header element. So this is the reason we are seeing this scroll bar as well, because we have forced our hero section to be of minimum height equivalent to the total height of this browser. So total height is this area plus the area covered by this header section. But because of the presence of this header element, the image has been pushed further down, and as a result we are seeing this scroll bar. If we move this image up over here to the top, then we will not see this scroll bar. To bring this image behind this header element, we have to create two layers in our browser window. So this whole window has one layer, in which the first element of this body is this header element, and after that we have hero element. Now we are going to create two separate layers. In one layer, the first element will be, or the first child of the body will be this header element, and in the second layer, the first child of the body will be this hero section. And since both will be the first element of the body, they will both start over here, top left corner of the browser window. As a result, the image will come underneath this header element. So we will see this overlapping effect, and we will be able to see the image visible over here in this header area as well. So to do that, we have to take the header element from the normal flow and put it into a different layer. For that, we have to set the position property to fixed. When we set it to, when we give it value fixed, so fixed will always be with respect to the browser window. So now we have to define the properties top 0, left 0, and we want it to cover the whole width of the browser window. So right is 0. We don't need to define the height. Height is created by the contents of the header element. Okay, so now you can see the image has been pushed up, and it starts with the top left corner, just like the header element, but in a second layer. And now you can see the scroll bar has disappeared as well. Now we can work on defining the frosting effect over here. So for that, we basically only need two properties. The real problem with the frosting effect comes when we have multiple elements nested inside each other, and each one have their own frosting properties defined. Then it gets tricky. But for the time being, we are going to start with simple. Then we will eventually reach to a point where we will have nested element with blurring effect, and then we will see the actual problem. Then we might have to come and make changes to our styling as well to account for the nested frosting effect properties. Okay, but for the time being, to give it a frosting effect, we basically have to define two properties. One of them is background color, but we have to go with the RGBA with the alpha value. So for the red, let's give it 255. For the green, again 255. Alpha, blue 255. For the alpha, let's make it 0.2. Now, the actual frosting effect, we need another property called backdrop filter, and we can assign different properties. One of them is blur, so let's make it 10 pixels. Now as you can see, there is this frosted effect. Over here it's not as visible because it's just light sky color and white color. But if you pay attention, you can see the blurring effect over there as well. But over here, it's very clear. Now let's define the hover effect for these anchor elements. So we are going to define this hover effect for the anchor elements in the nav links. So copy, paste, and with this anchor element attach hover. So for the padding, let's make it 1 rem all around, and border radius, let's make it 0.4 rem, that is 4 pixels. We also need background color as well, because otherwise it won't be visible. So let's make it RGBA 235, 233, 233, and make it 0.3. Okay, I think that's it. Now let's make it responsive by defining different attributes for smaller screens. So let's go down. We are attaching media queries. The first one is for screens 1200 pixels width, max width 1200 pixels. This is 12 pixels. Okay, this is first. Then 2 more. The second one will have 768. The last one will have 480. This one is for laptops and bigger tablets. This one is for regular tablets. And this one is for mobile screens. Okay, for the 1200 pixels, let's define the font size from 62.5 to, let's give it 58%. Let's make it 58.5. I think we don't need to do any further changes for this one. Control C. This should not be 100, it should be 1200. 1200, 768, and 480. For the second one, let's change it to from 58 to make it 55. Okay, and for mobile, let's make it 52. Let's see its effect. Let's start with 1200. Okay, yeah. Now let's go to 768. Okay, good. I think this is fine. And 480. Okay, I think this is also fine. Now when we reach 768, we want this navigation bar to disappear and the icon, the hamburger icon should appear. Okay, so let's go to 768. Let's make it menu display block, and for the nav links we are going to set display flex. Flex direction is going to be columns. Okay, so we can see this icon and they are in a vertical direction. Now we have to take this navigation menu outside this header area and place it vertically over here. To do that, we have to set its position, but with respect to the header element. And for that, our header element should already have position property defined or set to anything other than the default one, which we have already done by setting its position to fixed. So now when we change the position of this one to something other than the default one, this will be placed with respect to its parent, which is going to be this whole header element. Then we can say wherever our header element ends, from there start placing this navigation links div. So position in this case is going to be absolute. We are not going to make it fixed, because fixed means with respect to the browser window. However, in this case we want it to be with respect to the header, so position absolute. Then top is going to be 100%, which means wherever our header element ends in terms of the height, from there start placing this div. And now we want it to be placed towards the right side of the window, so right is going to be 0, and the width is going to be 50% of the viewport window. The height, let's give it, let's make it 92% and see how much area is being covered. We won't be able to see any height, so give it border to see how much area is being occupied by this div. So solid 1 pixel and black. This is temporary border. This is 95% of viewport height. Okay, maybe 95 is a lot. So now as you can see, the element has been placed right after our header element. But I think 95 is a lot, so let's make it 93. Yeah, we can see this edge over here. Let's define further styles. We are going to evenly distribute these elements throughout the length of this div. So for that, justify contents, let's make it space between. Okay, good. Align items, flex start. Okay, now let's put in some space over here at the top and the bottom as well. So heading, top and bottom, 2 rem, left and right, 1 rem. Okay, now let's give it Glassmorphic effect as well. So for that, let's go up and copy these 2 properties from the header. Copy, let's go down and paste it over here. But if you notice, we can see some difference, but this difference is not actually a frosted glass effect. Rather it's because of the alpha property in the RGBA. So this is actually not frosting. This one is frosting, this is not frosting. So the now question is why this part is not frosted. The reason is that this actually is a child of this header element. So there is a concept of backdrop root when it comes to backdrop filters. So the idea is, if a parent has already defined a backdrop root or already created a backdrop root, so whenever we define a backdrop property, backdrop filter property, a new root is created. So if a root already exists, then the children will also inherit the same root. That means even if you define backdrop filter property for the children, they will still look at the space occupied by the parent root, and only that root will be frosted. As a result, this new area is not frosted. So in order for these 2 elements to be frosted, whenever these 2 elements are nested inside each other, we have to make sure that somehow their parents are not the same. Now in our case, clearly this div has the parent, which is header, this one. So we have to somehow come up with an idea in which the root which is creating the frosting effect over here does not contain a child, which is this nav links element. So to do that, we have to move the frosting properties from the header to one of its pseudo elements, which is before and after. Every HTML element has 2 pseudo elements attached to them, before and after. Because they are by default empty, so we don't see them on the screen. But if you put any contents into those elements, you will be able to see those before and after elements. So what we are going to do is that we are going to move those properties from the header to the before element of the header. This way, the header itself does not have these frosting properties defined, and the header has this child nav links. So now nav links can define its own backdrop filter property, and this frosting property will come from the before element. We will move the frosting properties to the before element associated with the header. This way, these 2 elements will not share the same backdrop root. Okay, so let's get with it. Let's go up to the header. Okay. Let's target the before element of the header. And now let's move these 2 properties. But contents of before and after elements are not visible unless we define this content property. We don't have any content, so we are putting empty string. Okay. Now we also have to give it some width and height. So we have to make sure the before element sits on top of the header element or occupies as much space as the header is occupying. So what we are going to do is that we are going to set its position to absolute as well. So top is going to be 0. Now this absolute is again with respect to this header element. Top is 0, left is 0, right is also 0. For the height, let's make it 100%. That is 100% of the parent, which is this header. Now let's have a peek. Now as you can see, there is frosting effect and frosting effect over here as well. However, the logo has become invisible, and if we increase the size, there is nothing visible. That's because now our before element is sitting on top of the actual header elements. So those contents are also invisible. So we have to make those visible as well. So for that, what we are going to do is that for the before element, we are setting the Z index to -1. So this has a lower index, so it will sit underneath the actual before element. Now you can see the contents of the header are big. And we have got the frosting effect as well. Now for the time being, the only thing that we want to change when we enter into 480 pixel spaces is 480. So this area should be, the width of this drop down menu should be 100%. Okay, so let's go back down. And this is 768 pixels for this nav links. Copy. Come here and set the width to 100%. Okay. I'm thinking maybe we should bring these navigation items in the center when it covers the whole screen, and maybe we should bring back the 700 font weight back because this doesn't seem prominent enough. So let's get to it. Okay, so copy, paste, and align items. Let's make them center. Okay, that's better. Now let's go back to the top, and for the header, okay, over here, let's make it 600. We don't need this. Okay, that's better. Okay, yeah, I think that's better. Now let's remove this background, and initially this should be invisible. So let's go back to 768 and remove the border. So where is the border? Over here. Let's comment this out, and yeah, this is how it looks without the border, and initially this should be invisible. So let's set display, or let's keep the display same. What we are going to do is that we are going to make right -100%. Now the nav links div is beyond the visible area of the browser width. Let's have a look. Okay, so it's invisible. Great. Okay, now when we click on this one, the navigation bar should appear. So what we are going to do is that nav links dot show. So when any div has these two classes attached, we want this right moved back to 0. Okay, so in order to test it out, we need JavaScript, but currently we haven't yet defined any logic for the JavaScript. So we are going to attach this class through console of the developers tool. So document query selector, and the class name is nav links. To this we are going to add another class which is show, and you can see it has reappeared. Let's remove it, and it disappeared. Now let's test it out in 480. Okay, over here, add, and it's visible. Remove, and it disappeared. So we will associate this logic with the click events of these two menu icons. So why not just do that? Let's go to the script file and get a reference to that menu icon. So const menu is document.get element by class name, and the class name is nav links. We need reference to the cross as well, so copy paste cross, and okay, so we don't need reference to the nav links, do we? Yeah, we need a reference to the nav links, but change it nav links. Now we need a reference to the menu bar as menu icon as well, the div which contains the menu icon. So this one is going to be menu, and we haven't changed the class name over here as well. So this one is going to be dot menu. No, we have used get element by class name, so we don't need to put a dot over here. And over here, let's make it cross. So we have a constant called navlinks, which contains a reference to this whole div navlinks, which contains the individual navigation items. Then we have a reference to the div which contains the cross icon, and then we have a reference to the div which contains the menu icon. So when we click on menu, this icon should disappear, cross should appear, and this navlinks should appear as well. And when this cross is visible and we click on the cross should disappear, menu icon should appear, and these links should disappear as well. So this is the logic. So basically we have to define two event listeners, one with the cross and one with the menu. So menu dot add event listener. Event is click, and let's define arrow function. So when this menu is visible, when we click it, we want this menu to disappear. To make it disappear, we have to remove the show class from it. So menu dot class list dot remove show, and we want this cross to appear. Cross dot class list dot add show. So this will make the cross appear, and we have to make this nav links visible as well. So we have to attach the show class with that as well. So nav links dot class list dot add, and let's make it show, attach show. But that reminds me, we have to define these classes. We have to define this show class for the cross and menu icons as well, which I think we haven't. So let's go to our styles. We have only defined it for the nav links. So menu dot show and cross dot show. Let's say display from none to block. Menu dot show, cross dot show. Okay, fingers crossed. Let's hope it will work. But we have to do the same for our cross as well. So cross dot, we are attaching click event listener. Then when the cross is clicked, we want this menu to reappear. So add. And we want this cross to disappear. So remove, and let's bring this one up. So first this cross should disappear, then menu should appear, and nav links should appear, disappear as well. Let's hope. Let's test it out. I'm not looking forward to any kind of errors anymore. Nope. Let me test it. Okay, something went terribly wrong. Menu add event listener is not a function. Why not? Oh, I see. Okay, got it. So over here, because we are using get elements by class name, so if you notice, this is plural. So this basically returns a collection, HTML collection of element. So that's why to a whole collection we can't attach an event listener. So we are reverting back to query selector. So let's use query selector, and now we have to put back this dot, and we have to do the same for the other two as well. And over here as well. Let's put back the dot. Now let's test it out. Yo, good. Okay. This menu icon should have disappeared. So when we click on this menu icon, menu remove. Why didn't it remove? Menu.classList dot remove show. Let's go to our style and Let's verify we haven't made any kind of menu. Display none, cross, display none. Oh, I think it's because of this. So basically our event listener is working just fine, but because of this media query, we are forcing this menu icon to appear. So what we are going to do is that we are going to remove it from here, but this will create another problem. That is, when we are over here, when we enter into this media screen, we won't be able to see this menu icon. So to attach this property when we enter this screen, instead of defining it over here, we are going to define another event listener, which is called DOM content loaded. Let me see. So DOM content loaded event gets triggered every time the page gets loaded into the browser for the first time. So what we are going to do is that document dot add event listener, which is DOM content loaded. So what we are going to do over here is that when the page is loaded for the first time, we want to check the width of the viewport, width of the browser window, and if it's 768 pixels or less, we want initially this menu bar to be visible as well. And then for the rest of the times, these event listeners will suffice. So this is menu. Let's copy this part and paste it over here. But this will create a similar type of problem, because over here we are making this menu icon to be visible unconditionally. So whenever the page is loaded into the browser, it will make that menu icon visible. We only want this menu icon to be visible if the window screen is less than or equal to 760 pixels. We don't want it to be visible when it's greater than 768 pixels for laptops and for bigger desktops and for desktops. Let's verify. So click and the menu has disappeared. Cross, it's working. But if we are over here, okay, this is maybe I was overthinking. So apparently this as it is suffices, which is strange. It should not work the way it is working. Oh, I see. Okay, the reason it is working because, let me show you. Let's go to bigger screens. Let's refresh it so that the DOM content loaded event is triggered. Now over here, document dot query selector, and the particular element we are interested is menu. Now let's check the class list. So it shows both the classes menu and show. So basically this show class has been attached to this menu div, but because this show class does not exist in the media queries bigger than 768 pixels, so this show is not doing anything. Once we reach that 768 threshold, now that show contains display block. So now it's making it visible. So that's why it's working, and that's why we don't need to define or modify the logic in this event listener. However, if we had defined the show class globally at the top over here, not in the media query 768, then we would have to make this one conditional. But right now we don't need it. Okay, so this part is done. Now there's one more thing that we need to do, which is if we click on any of these navigation items, then this drop down menu should disappear, but currently it won't happen. Okay, let's click services. Now this is this is happening because our hrefs are empty. So every time the whole page is reloaded. So maybe this is the time to define our hrefs. Okay, so let's go to index.html, and before we assign any values to these hrefs, first of all we need sections. So I am going to create a section for featured properties with the class name featured, as well as an ID featured as well, because this ID will be used for the hrefs over here. Okay, let me copy paste it 3 more times. The second one is going to be our services. Then this one is going to be for the contact, and now about. The other two parts, this one, the to buy and to rent, these are going to be completely different pages. So we don't need hrefs for them. I mean, we will define hrefs, but not these hash values. Once we define those pages, we will come back and put in the respective values over here. But let's keep them empty for the time being. Okay. Now for the home, let's put hash hero. So whenever we click on the home menu item or the navigation item, we will be redirected to this hero section. We have to keep to buy and to rent empty because we haven't yet defined those pages. But for the featured, let's put in hash featured and hash services. Then over here, hash about and hash contact. So we need to bring this section at the end as well. The context section should be at the bottom. Okay, that's it. Now let's go back to the original problem that we were discussing. Let's refresh it. Now let's one more time. Let's click on services. So even though the URL is changing, but we can still see the drop down menu. So this drop down menu will disappear only when we click on this cross symbol. But we want it to disappear as soon as we click on any of these navigation links as well. So to make it happen, what we can do is that basically we have two options. The first one is associate the disappearance of this drop down menu as soon as the scroll bar is moved even a little bit. So suppose we are currently on the contact us section, that means we will be quite down on our web page. Then if we click on, let's say, featured, so we will be scrolled back up automatically to bring this featured section in view. So we can define an event listener with the movement of the scroll bar. As soon as the scroll bar moves and if this drop down menu is visible, it should disappear. The other option is we can associate an event listener with all of these elements. As soon as any of these navigation items have been clicked, this navigation bar should disappear. I think the second option is better because let's suppose we are currently on the contact us page and we click on the contact us page. Because we are already on the contact us page, the scroll bar might not move. So in that case, that will mean this drop down menu will also be present. However, if we have associated it with the click events, then even if we are already on the contact us page and this drop down menu is visible and again we click on the contact us page, this menu will get visible. Okay, so we are going to go with the second option. We need a constant. Let's copy paste it and change the constant from nav links to make it menu items. And since they are anchor elements within this div, so put in A. Now this will return, now there are more than one anchor element, so we have to use query selector all. Okay, now menu items dot for each item. Now to each of these items, let's attach event listeners. So the event is clicked. In the arrow function, we want whatever is defined over here. No, sorry, this one with the cross. So the same logic should happen that is happening when we are clicking on the cross. So the cross icon should disappear, menu icon should reappear, and the whole drop down menu should disappear. So copy this part and paste it over here. Let's verify. Okay, let's click on about and it disappeared even though the URL has been changed. Okay, contact, good, disappeared, and this one is also working. Feature, good. So I think we are done with everything related to the navigation bar, that is our header section. In the next video we will pick up from here. I hope you liked this video. If you did, please do not forget to like this, comment it, share it, and subscribe my channel. Thank you so much. Okay, now let's get started with our hero section. We have already placed this background image in our previous tutorial. All that is left for this section is we have to place in these contents. So this is going to be a container with a H1 or H2, then some text, a paragraph, and 2 buttons. That's all. Okay, so let's get started. Let's come down. Okay, this is our hero section. Let's create a div called hero container. And let's bring in h2, your dream home awaits. Then we have a paragraph. Let's put lorem 6. Then let's create 2 buttons. Let's give this one a class in touch, and the caption is get in touch. Another button with the class name about. Let's change these and attach -vtn for identification. Now for the caption, about real estate pro. So these are all the contents. Now let's get started with styling them. So go to style files. Okay, let's add in comments. Hero section starts. Okay, so we have already the image. Now we have to make sure the contents of the hero are in the center. And the easiest way to bring something in center is set its display property to flex, justify content in align item center. So justify content center and align item center. Okay, so these are the contents in the center. Now let's style them. The class name is hero container. First of all, let's give it blur background, the frosted or glassmorphic background. Paste it, and okay, so this is how it looks. I can't tell if it's frosted. Let's change the text color. So color is going to be white. Let's give it padding all around 2 rem. Okay, so it is frosted. Now we have to target this h2, but we are going to define some generic properties for all the h2s. So basically, if you notice, this is h2, h2, this is also h2, and so basically all the titles are h2, the main titles. So we have to define a global font for all of them, and this text has a text shadow as well. So we are going to define their properties in a generic block. So let's go up, and after this body, let's define h2. First of all, let's define font size 2.5 rem. Then text transform, let's capitalize it. Then we have to define text shadow. So this text shadow contains a value, offset value in pixels for the shadow in the x-axis direction, and then the next one, a shadow in the vertical direction, then the blur value, and then the color of the shadow. So basically, if you imagine the element which is being shadowed as a box, so defining all these values that I just mentioned will give text shadow in just one corner of that box. Now we want the shadow to be all around the text, so we have to define shadows for all 4 corners of the box. So to do that, let's start with the first one. So the normal one is going to be 2 pixels in the x-axis or horizontal direction, 2 pixels in the vertical direction. For the blur, let's give it 4 pixels, and for the color, let's give it 333. Then let's copy this part, put a comma and paste, again comma, paste, and comma, paste. Okay, so we have 4 such set of values. Okay, so first one has x-axis and y-axis in positive direction. For the second one, let's just make x negative. So this will be the other end of the x-axis. For the third one, let's keep x-axis positive, make y-axis negative. And for the last one, both of x-axis and y-axis are going to be negative. Okay, so this is how it looks. It's not very clear that if we have got the shadow or not. Let's increase the font size as well. Then we might be able to see the shadow. Let's make it 3.5 rem. I think we are able to notice there is a shadow. Now let's put in h1 and h3 as well. In fact, what we are going to do is that we are moving this font size. Copy, let's change it to h2 because I'm not sure if we have used h1 anywhere. So paste it over here, and for the h3, the font size, let's make it 2.8 rem. We will see if we need to make changes to this font size. Okay, so our H2, H3 and H1, they all contain a capitalization and this shadow. The rest of the properties are defined over here. Let's define color property as well, because all of them are going to have white color. So this is the right place. There are 2 hashes. Okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. Now let's start working on the hero container div. So let's go back to our hero container div. Over here, we have to give it round edges. So border radius is going to be 0.4 rem, maybe a little bit more radius. Let's make it 0.6. Now for the H2, which belongs to hero container, so hero container and then H2, we have to give it padding all around. So top and bottom, let's make it 2 rem, and left and right we don't need, so 0. Okay, that's good. Now let's target this paragraph. So hero container and then P, text transform. Do you think? Let me check if it's capitalized. We only need the first one. Only the first character should be capitalized, like a normal sentence. Since we only have to capitalize just first character, so if we say capitalize, it's going to capitalize each letter. If we say uppercase, it's going to capitalize all the text of the paragraph. So we have to just target first letter, and now we can capitalize it. Okay, we wouldn't know the difference because our text was already, the first letter was already capital. So let's change it. Where is our lorem ipsum? Let's make it small, lowercase letter. Now let's have a peek. Yeah, it has been capitalized. Okay, so now we have to target the font size. So over here, hero container paragraph, font size, let's make it 1.6 rem. Then heading all around, let's make it 1 rem. That's a lot. Let's make it padding bottom. Maybe we need to increase the font size a little bit more. Let's make it 2.2 rem. I think 2 rem will do. Okay. Yeah, I think that's better. Now let's target these buttons. So hero container and any button. Okay, let's give it background color. I don't remember the exact value of the color, so this is the value. So I'm going to copy it from here, copy and paste it over here. Okay, now we have to give it some padding all around to make them bigger. Then remove the background, remove the border, give some round edges and make this text white as well. Padding all around, let's make it top and bottom 1 rem, left and right. Let's start with all around 1 rem. Let's go with the border radius first. So border radius 0.4 rem, and the color of the text is going to be white. Okay, we need them in the center. Okay, so what are the ways to bring these buttons in the center? We can go with defining display flex and then justifying contents and align item center, but we will have to change the flex direction to column as well. The other option is for this container, we can set its text align property to center, and then we will go from there. So let's go to the hero container div over here. Text align, let's make it center. Okay, so now everything is in the center, but the question is, do we want this text in the center as well, this paragraph? Yeah, I think fine. Now we need some space between this text and some of these buttons. We have to increase the font size of this text as well, increase the space between them, and remove the border. So let's go back down again to our buttons. Border is going to be none, and then outline is also going to be none. Font size 1.6 rem, and let's put some space between these two buttons. So let's give them margin left. Start with 1 rem or 0.6 rem. Let's give it some box shadow, and let's define the same property that we have for the text shadow. So 2px, 4px, and then the color was H333. We only need text box shadow in one direction. Okay, we need spread as well. So box shadow, this is pillar. Then for the spread, let's use 4px. Oh, I've been looking at the demo project. Oh, let's decrease the spread. Hardly any difference, but I think it's better than this one. Okay, we need cursor as well. So our cursor should be pointer. Okay, good. Now we need some margin between this text and these buttons. So margin, top and bottom, let's make it 1 rem. Left and right, we don't need it, so I think we do need. So what I'm gonna do is that if this is how we go, then this margin left gets overwritten. So we are going to bring it down. So first of all, so over here we are setting left and right margin to 0, but then on the next line we are setting it to 0.6, but margin left, just margin left. Or let's comment it out and remove this one and see the difference. Okay, I think this is way better than what we were going about. But this text should be capitalized. Have I not set this property? No. So text transform is going to be capitalized. Okay, good. When we hover over it, the color should change. Let's inspect. So I think we have hover properties defined as well. Okay, there it is. So this is the color. So copy. Okay, so hero container button, and we have to attach, hover with it, and let's change the background color to this one. So this is slightly darker than the actual color of the button when it's not hovered over. Okay, so when we hover over it, it changes the color. Okay, and with this, the basic styling is done. All we have to check is how does it behave responsively. So let's start with the 1200 pixels. So let's start with 1200. I think 1200 is just fine. We don't need to make any changes. 768. This is also fine, except for because of this white background. Now this text is not as visible as we had earlier. Let's check 480 and then we'll think about. Okay, maybe for 480 we should place these buttons vertically. Let's have a look first. How does it look on 768? Maybe we should do the same for 768 as well, because otherwise now this building is hidden. So basically for 768 we want to decrease this font size as well, so that this part should shrink and we can actually properly see the picture behind it, which is important because we are a realtor estate, so showing houses is also important. Okay, so for 768 let's go up first. So for H2 and H3, let's copy this part. Let's go back to 768 and let's place it over here. Decrease the font size from 3.5 to 2.5, and from 2.8 to just 2 rems for H3s, maybe 2.2, and this one 2.6. Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, so now we are going to bring these buttons in separate rows, so one after the other. For that, we have to make the button display property block. So let's go back, or not back, at the very end of 768. So over here we are saying hero container and button. We are going to set its display property to block. Why the buttons aren't in the center? To rectify this situation, we are going to set margin top and bottom 1.2 rem, and left and right is going to be margin auto. Okay, that's good. However, we have to do something about this text. So maybe we should give this text some shadow as well. This way it will be prominent no matter what the background is. And maybe we should give both of these buttons same size. So for the width, let's make it 75%, or let's make it 75%. So 75% of the container. Okay. Now let's give this text some shadow. So let's go up and let's copy this text shadow for H2 and H3. Let's go to this hero containers paragraph and paste it over here. However, we don't want as prominent text shadow, so 1 pixel, and blur is going to be 2 pixels. So let me copy these values. Copy, never mind. 1 and 2. 1, 2. 1 and 2. Okay, I think that's better. Okay, so we are done with making our hero section responsive as well. Now let's move on to featured section. We have separate pages for these two, so we are not touching them yet, and we are moving to this featured part. Okay, so these are the featured one. Now these are featured listing. This is the heading. I think we have already defined basic coloring and shadowing properties, font size as well. We might have to define separately the padding. However, this is one listing of the property, this is another. So basically this, we are definitely going to have a div which contains the first child is a image. Then we have this part. This one is green for the properties that are available to be sold. And this is going to be a shade of red, light red or pinkish shade for the properties that are available to let, that is available for the rent. Then this is H3. Again, we have defined most of the properties for H3 already, and these are all different paragraphs. So let's start with them. Okay, so let's go to our index.html. Then for the featured section, let's first of all define our H2, and the title is featured listings. We got the H2. Now let's create a container. So let's give it featured container, or let's make it listing container. Now within the listing container, we are going to represent a card for each property or each listing. So let's first create one card. We are going to give it the class name listing. Now the first element of this listing is an image. So let's define image. Let's get it from images and let's make it front1.jpg. Then create a div which is going to represent that red strip with displays either to rent or to buy. So, the class name is going to be type. Okay, for the time being, just put to let. Next, we have H3 for the title. So, title property. So this is our title. Then city, type, area, bedroom, bathroom, price. 6 paragraphs. So let's define 6 paragraphs. The first one is, let's make it span and put in city. let's copy it. We are putting this name, the name of the column kind of within this one, so that if we like we can separately style them, maybe capitalizing them or making them, or sorry, not capitalize, making them bold so that they are more visible. So city, then we have type, area, bedrooms, then bathrooms. Then what do we have next? So this one is going to be either to buy a property, price or rent. So let's, since we have put to let over here, so let's make it rent. So we have to give this one the class rent as well, so that we can, now defining a class name for this paragraph doesn't make much sense over here, but it will make more sense when we have our backend and the data is coming from the backend and we are dynamically inserting these cards in our web page. So we will have to make changes over here. If it's a rented property, we will say rent over here, otherwise it's going to be price, sorry, over here. So either it's going to be rent over here or it's going to be price over here. So we will decide what text to put over here based on the class name. Okay, so let's put in $800. Yeah, $800. So okay, we have to put rent over here. So rent is $800 per month. Okay, now for the city, let's make it London. Now this type is the house type, like this condominium or detached. So let's make it detached. Area is going to be 850.50. Bedrooms, let's make it 3. Bathrooms, let's make it 1.5. So this 1.5 means one complete bath with toilet and bath, and this one is just like just a powder room, which is just the toilet. So that's how it's written over here in realtor terminology. In realtor terminology, it's 1.5 baths, and we have already put in the rent. Okay, so this is one listing. Let's copy this and let's put in, paste it. Let's put another one, listing 3, paste it over here. Let's make this one, let's make second one, to let, to buy. City, let's make it Manchester. Let's keep the rest of the things same. Over here, let's make it Birmingham. Okay, let's change the images though. First one is front one. For the second one, let's take this front 8 and this one front 3. Let's have a peek. Okay, so this is the image of the first property. This is the second property and this is the third property image, and the details are over here. Now we have to style them. But where's the heading? Oh, there it is. Okay, so let's start with this heading and give it some paddings and bring it in the center. In fact, we should put the centering of the heading in the global properties. So let's go up to our H2. Okay. Text align, let's make it center. Okay. Now let's go down. Property listings. So listing container. Now since this listing container is actually a section, and each section is going to have a minimum height of whole viewport window, so that property we are going to define generically for a section, so that we can define some other properties such as the width of the sections as well. So over here we have to define certain properties for the section, such as minimum height is going to be 100% viewport height and width is going to be 100% viewport width. This way we don't have to separately define these two properties for all the sections. Okay, now next over here we are going to define padding as well, because we want the padding to be consistent for all the sections throughout our website. So for the top and bottom, let's give it 2 rems minimum, but for the left and right, let's put in 5 rem. And what this will do is that it will give each section a consistent padding. From when we move from one section to the another section, you will see the contents are placed in alignment with respect to the width of the viewport screen. So this is what it's doing. Now let's go down. And let's put in the curly brackets. Okay, now for the listing, we have to set display to flex, justify content center, and align item center. Then we have to define flex rep to rep, because these properties will affect the cards which are defined within this container. Now between the cards, we want some gap, both horizontal and vertical. So let's make it 2 rem for the time being. Okay, so these are some properties. Now let's move on to the individual listings. Sorry, not individual listings. So let's target the H2 defined within the listing container. So the H2, we have to define padding top and bottom. Let's make it 2 rem. For the left and right, let's put in 0, because our H2 is already in the center, so we don't need to define any padding for the left and right. I don't think it has had any effect. Maybe H2 is a lot less, so let's go with 5 rem and see. Okay, I don't know. Okay, actually our H2 is not within the listing container, it's within the featured element. That's why it was not taking any effect. So let's replace this with featured. And since featured is a section, so let's move it above the listing container. Okay. So for the H2 in the feature, the padding top and bottom is 5 rem. Now as you can see, there is a lot more space between the image and this title. Okay. Next. Okay, this is our listing container. Now let's define listing container, then individual listing. Okay, first of all, we have to give each card a width and height. So let's give it width, let's make it 20, 30 rem, and height, let's make it 600 rem, sorry, 60 rem. 60 rem means 600 pixels. Now we can target the image element within this listing. So let me remove this. It's going to make it too long to write. Listing, and then we have image. So for the width, let's make it 100%. That means 100% of the parent, which means 30 rem. And for the height, we want it to cover 60% of the parent, so 60%. Then we have to ensure our object fits within these 2 dimensions. So we are going to define object fit cover. Okay, so this is the 60% of each card so far. We have to decrease the height. These images appear a bit bigger than what we have over here. So instead of 60, let's make it 40. Yeah, that's better. Now I think we need to decrease the font size for the title. H3, this is H3. Yeah, let's go down. Listing, H3. Font size, let's make it 1.8 rem. Yeah, I think that's better. Now let's target this to let first. So to let is our paragraph with the class name type. In fact, let's go and change it. So let me have a peek what kind of classes we have used. Okay, let's make it to let. And for the properties that are being sold, let's change it to buy. To let. So if now we can target these classes to let with hyphen. Okay, so listing to let background color, let's put in red first, we will eventually change it. Then listing to by, background color is going to be green. The rest of the properties are going to be same for both of these. So listing to let, comma, listing to buy. Okay, let's give it width, some width and height. So width is going to be 100%. Height is going to be, let's give it 2.5 frame. Text transform, capitalize. Text align, center. Font size, let's make it 1.2 rem. Okay, this is it. However, this text is not centrally, it's centrally justified. However, for the vertical alignment, it's not exactly in the center. So let's change the font to 1.5 frame. And instead of text alignment, let's make it display flex, justify content center, align item center. Okay, let's increase the height. So height, let's make it 3.2 rem. Let's give this H3 some padding as well. So padding top and bottom 0.8 rem. For the left and right, let's keep it 0. Okay, that's good. Now let's target these paragraphs. So listing and then paragraph. Font size is going to be the same that we have given to our to let 1.5 frame. Padding all around is going to be top and bottom, let's make it 0.4 rem. For left and right, let's put it 0. We will give the padding to the listing container, not listing container, this listing. So this way everything will have some padding, but let's comment this out for the time being. We yet have to define basically two things, the background for our section, and then we have to frost this listing. So each listing will have the frosted look. But let's go back to our paragraphs for the time being. Okay, 0.4 top and bottom, left and right 0. Okay, text transform, capitalize, and then we will target this response. Then text transform, capitalize. Now listing p span, font weight, let's make it bold. Okay, let's give this span some margin right. I'm giving it some margin right because I want to put some space between this span and the value of that thing. So margin right, let's give it 0.4 rem. Yeah, I think that's better. Now let's give this whole section a background color so that we can apply tinted frost look. So for that, let's go to a section which is named featured. Okay. Featured, background, not color, just background. Then the URL is going to be images, and then I don't know what image is it. Let's place it centrally. So first of all, no repeat. Then center, that is, the image should be placed vertically and horizontally in the center, and from there it should be stretched or scaled in all directions if there is a need to fill in the whole area of this featured section. Then cover. So D is missing. Okay, so this is the image. Let's inspect. I want to place in exactly same image. Okay, so this is the image. It's called Real Estate Pro 5. Okay. Okay, so this is our background image. Now let's give it frosted glass look. So for that, again, let's go up. let's copy these two properties. Let's go back to our featured over here, not featured, sorry, to the listing. Paste it over here. So now each property will get this frosted glass look. Okay, so this is what you get. Okay, maybe height is too much. Let's decrease the height. Okay, so we have to decrease the height, give these cards round edges, and what else? Yeah, put in some padding so that there is some space over here around the edges. Okay, so for the listing, the padding is, let's put in 0 padding for the top and bottom. For the left and right, let's give it 1 rem. And we have to decrease the height from 60 rem to make it 45. We still have some space. So let's make it 40. Yeah. Okay, that's better. Now let's give it some round edges. However, this image and this div should not have this padding. So for this image, first of all, let's give some round edges. So border radius is going to be 0.5 rem. Now in order for this image and this div to stretch out and cover the whole width, we can basically, we have given the padding for the left and right, this is 1 rem. So what we are going to do is that for the image, let's give the margin for the top and bottom. We don't need any margin. For the left and right, let's put in 1 rem but negative. So basically we are pulling the image out on both directions, left and right. Then the width 100% of, so this width 100% is basically the 100% of the parent, that is this width 30 rem. But now since we have given it padding 1 rem to the left and right, so this 100% actually represents 28 rem, because the 100% width doesn't account for the paddings that have been given to the parent from that width. So that's why I have stretched it out -1 rem on each side. But now we have to make sure the width covers it as well. So the width is going to be calculated 100% plus 2 rem. So now 28 pixels, which is coming from the parent, plus 2 rems. Okay, so now you can see the image covers the whole width of the card. We have to do the same for this div as well. So let me bring this over here. Now copy it. Copy. Let's take it to this toollet and to buy. So let's replace this 100% with these two parameters. Okay, good. Now if you notice, the bottom edges are round, but the top edges doesn't seem to be round. So it's because the image doesn't have round edges. So we are going to set the these top 2 edges of the image some round edges as well. So again, let's go back to the image over here. So border, this is border top left radius. Let's give it, I think we have given 0.4 rem, and we have to do the same for border top right radius, 0.4 rem as well. Yeah. Okay, now we don't have to define these 2 colors. We need these colors. So let's inspect this color. This is the color. Copy. Let's go down and paste it over here. Okay, now for the red one, to buy, let's go, to rent. Inspect, and this is the color. Copy and paste. Okay. Okay, so our cards have bigger width over here. Okay, for the width, let's make it 34 rem, and for the height, let's make it 22 rem. Okay. Okay, then we hover over them. The card is scaling a little bit, and we need cursor pointer as well. So for the listing, cursor is going to be pointer, and when we hover over the listing, it should transition and it should transform, and it should scale 1.02, just teeny bit. But because this is a transitioning effect, so we want the transition to be smooth. In fact, instead of defining this transition over here, let's cut it and put it over here for the where is the heading? Body. Sorry, not body. Let's go to this. Sorry, not for the body. Let's go to the asterisk, and over here let's define this transition all. It should take 0.5 seconds, that is half second, and ease in. Okay, good. Okay, so we are done with the listing feature. Okay, we have to define the click event listener with it, but that we will define when we have defined the details page for each of the properties. So we are gonna leave this part for the time being. Now let's move on to the services part. Okay, for the services, okay, no, sorry, we have one more thing to do. When we get to the feature one, if you notice, the cards are appearing once we get into the view, and they are appearing from the bottom up. So we have yet to define that part, so let's get with it. So what we need to do is that let's go to listing. We have forgotten about the responsiveness as well. So let's work with the listing. Now let's use transform, and we are using translate y. We are vertically pushing card from its original position to, let's say, 50 pixels down. Then we need to do one more thing as well, which is we have to set the opacity to 0 as well. Then we have to define a class listing.show. So when an element has these two classes, what should happen? The opacity should get set to 1, and we get, let's go, where is translate y, and the image should be brought back to its original position. So translate back to 0, that is its original position. Now we will attach this show class and remove the show class dynamically. But we don't have to just attach and remove. We have to make sure this show class get attached when we are entering into this listing area, this listing section. So only then we should see this transitioning effect. So the moment we enter, then we start seeing this listing emerges from the bottom. So that should only happen when the featured section is in the view. So we have to go to the JavaScript. Now we have to use an intersection observer. So intersection observer is one of the objects which are already available to us through our browser. And you can think of intersection observer as a spy. So it keeps spying on our web page, and the moment we enter into the part which we have asked it to spy upon, which is going to be this listing, only then it will alert us and we will make the card visible. So let's create that spy, which is called intersection observer. Okay. So const observer new intersection observer. Now to this intersection observer, we will provide a callback function, and for that callback function we are using arrow function. And to that arrow function, or this callback function, we are passing in entries. So this entries is going to be list of all the elements that we have explicitly asked this intersection observer to spy upon. So that will be a list of elements. So we are giving that list of elements named entries. Now within the body of this arrow function, we will iterate over these entries. Entries.forEach. Again, for each is takes a callback function, and one entry at a time is passed as a parameter to this callback function. Now within the body of that callback, we are saying entry.target. So this entry.target So this entry.target actually represents the element which is being spied upon. So we have to say, we have to say entry.target.add, class list.add, what is the class name, show. But this has to be conditional when this particular entry actually enters into the viewport area. So what we are going to do is that we are going to prefix it with a condition which comes from entry as well. There is a property or attribute defined with each entry object, which is called is intersecting. So this will return a boolean value. So we are conditioning this part with the value of this thing. So if this part returns true, then we will add this show class to the element that has recently entered into the viewport area. So this can be false when we are spying upon multiple elements and some other element has entered into the viewport area. So in that case, we don't want this element which is currently not in the viewport area to get this show class attached. So first of all, we are checking if this is the element that has actually entered into the viewport area by this statement. This will return true. If this returns true, then for that element, we are attaching this class name show to its class list. And since we want this behavior or this spying to occur only for the very first time this element appears in the viewport area, after that we don't want it to be spied upon anymore. So we can say observer.unobserve, and let's put in the entry.target. Okay, so this is just the logic what should happen when any of the element which is being spied upon enters into the viewport area. Now we still have to let this our spy which is named observer, know which element to spy upon. So for that we are going to say const listings document query selector all, because we have lots of listings with the class name listing. So each card basically. Why did I place curly brackets? Okay, now listings start for each. Let's pass in one listing at a time, and we are letting the observer know observer.observe listing. Okay, so we are getting a reference to all the listings, then we are iterating over one listing at a time. And while iterating it, we are letting the spy know that it has to spy upon these listing cards. Now let's test it out. So let's go to the home, refresh, because it will only observe for the very first time. Click on featured, nothing happened. Oh, okay. So it's only appearing once we refresh the page. I wonder why. Featured. And I've noticed that these items are flickering as well. So we have to figure out the cause as well. But first let's fix this problem. So when we are scrolling there is no featured elements. However, if we refresh it, now we can see the elements. So why is that happening? So the problem is when we, let's say we are anywhere other than the featured section and the page gets reloaded, at that time everything in our JavaScript executes. So where is it? Okay, so when the JavaScript file starts executing, this part is executed, and this file gets executed once all the HTML contents have been loaded into the memory. Then the JavaScript starts getting executed. So when this part executes, at that time, let's say we are over here on a section or area of the web page other than the featured one. So we are not on the featured section. That means our featured section is not within the viewport area. So at that time, this code is executing and this line is executed, which checks if entry.is intersecting, that the elements that we have asked the IntersectionObserver to spy upon, is it within the viewport area? Because it's not, so this part will not execute. However, this part will execute. And what the second line is telling it, it's saying, do not spy upon this element from this moment onward. So that's why when we are here, that statement was checked since the elements were not in the viewport area, so nothing happened, and then the next statement executed, which told the IntersectionObserver to stop observing those elements. That's why when we get to the featured area, since these elements are not being observed, so nothing happens over here. So what we need to do is that we have to go to traditional way, which is use the if statement. So if this is the case, then only then these two lines should execute. First add the class and then stop observing or spying upon this. So make the element visible and then unobserve it. Otherwise what was happening, that if this statement was false, this line was not executing, but this line was executing no matter what, because this was outside the if block. So now we have put both of these statements within the if block. So if we don't enter into the body of if, then this statement also not gets executed. That means our intersectionObserver is still spying upon those elements. This unobserved will trigger only once this statement has returned true and the elements have already been made visible on the browser screen. Now let's go back to the home section and let's refresh just to be extra certain. Now click featured, and as you can see, these images have these cards have appeared. Okay, now as far as that flickering that we were getting, this has been resolved by, let's go to the top. Let's go to the style files, and to the top we had added this part. So I have commented this part, and now I am manually putting the transition property separately for the elements to which I want this property to be defined. So I've set the transition property, and the transition is happening for two things: opacity and transform. So opacity takes ½ second and ease in, and transform also takes 5 seconds and ease in. So now the flickering is gone and the user interface is behaving just fine. Okay, so that was that. Now we have defined all the basic logic. There is one more thing that we have to define. That is, let's go back to the home. Now let's go to the featured part. Now if you notice, our listing doesn't seem to have much space at the top. So but this section starts over here. So we have to make sure that when we click on any of the elements, the scroll bar doesn't scroll too much high. So for that we have to define a property. So what we need to do is that we have to go to traditional way, which is use the if statement. So if this is the case, then only then these two lines should execute. First add the class and then stop observing or spying upon this. So make the element visible and then unobserve it. Otherwise what was happening, that if this statement was false, this line was not executing, but this line was executing no matter what, because this was outside the if block. So now we have put both of these statements within the if block. So if we don't enter into the body of if, then this statement also not gets executed. That means our intersectionObserver is still spying upon those elements. This unobserved will trigger only once this statement has returned true and the elements have already been made visible on the browser screen. Now let's go back to the home section and let's refresh just to be extra certain. Now click featured, and as you can see, these images have these cards have appeared. Okay, now as far as that flickering that we were getting, this has been resolved by, let's go to the top. Let's go to the style files, and to the top we had added this part. So I have commented this part, and now I am manually putting the transition property separately for the elements to which I want this property to be defined. So I've set the transition property, and the transition is happening for two things: opacity and transform. So opacity takes ½ second and ease in, and transform also takes 5 seconds and ease in. So now the flickering is gone and the user interface is behaving just fine. Okay, so now we are ready to start working on our About Us section, this one. This is a very simple section. It doesn't have a lot. The only thing is that when we reach into 765, then we won't be able to see this image. Only this text will be visible. The reason for the decision is because the screen size is too small. So I decided to skip this image. Besides, we already have one image in the background. So let's just get with it. So in our index.html file, let's go down. Okay, so this is our About Us section. Since it doesn't have any heading, so this section itself doesn't have any heading. However, we have this one div which contains these two children, the image and the text. The second child which contains the text has this title. So let's create a container, and to this container let's give it two children. The first one is an image, and the image is inside the images folder, and the name is, I think it's front one. Okay, so this is the first child. Now for the second child we have a div. What shall we give it? Title, class name. Let's give it class name description. And to this description let's create a h2 which says about us, and then let's create a paragraph with lorem. Let's give it 15. Let's have a peek in the browser. Okay, so this is demo project, and this is our project. Let's go to about us. Okay, so this is the image, and then we have this text which isn't enough, so we need to put in more text. What we are going to do is that we are going to put it inside the div. Let's give it class details and paste it over here. Now we need another paragraph. Let's copy paste this paragraph. Let's paste it 2 times. Okay, I think this is better for the time being. Now let's start working on the styles. So let's go to the style file. Okay, this is okay. Over here let's start about us. Section begins. The name of the section is about, so we need to give it background image. So what we are going to do is that let's go up and look for the background over here, copy and paste it over here. The only thing that we are going to change over here is change the background image. Okay, for the time being I think that's all we need. Next, let's define some properties for the container. So let's give it width. Let's make it 85% of the parent, which is this section, about section. And we have already defined width and height for all the sections. So each section inherits that width and height. And over here we are saying from that width inherit 85% for this container. And for the height, let's make it same 85% of the height as well. Then set the margin to auto so that this container comes into the center with respect to this section, about section. Then since this container has two children, image and description div, so we are going to set display flex, justify content center, and align item center as well. Okay. Then for the first child, which is about container and image, so image is the first child. As far as the width is concerned, so this width will reference this width. So we are saying whatever is the width of this container, give let's say 45% to this image. Let me copy paste it and let's make it description, and for this let's make it 55%, the remaining. Okay, for the height we want it to inherit the parent height. It is 100% of the parent height, which is this height, 85%. And we want to do the same for the other child as well. And since this is an image, we are going to set object fit property to cover so that the image gets restrained within these dimensions, the 45% width of the parent and whatever height is inherited from the parent. Okay, so this is how it looks. Now if you notice, this container is properly aligned with respect to the margins left and right are concerned, but we need to bring them center with respect to the height as well. So what we are going to do is that we are going to set display property. This one, let's copy this and paste it for this about section as well. Okay, that's better. Now before we define anything, first of all, let's give this part, or let's give this container which contains both of these images, both of these children, let's give it the glassmorphic effect. So for that, let's go up. Let's copy these two properties. Let's go down to this container, paste these two properties. Okay, now that's much better. Now we need to give it some padding. So container, padding all around, let's make it 1 rem. We have to give round edges as well. Border radius, let's make it 0.5 rem. Okay, that's better. We have to do the same for the image as well. Copy and paste it over here for the image. Okay, that's better. Now let's target this the second child, which is description. Now this description again contains 2 children. Now we need to bring these contents, rather than in the center, we have to make it come at the top over here. So for that, so first of all, let's figure out why they are in the center. So that's because for this container, we have set the display property, justify contain and align item to center. As a result, this description is being placed in the center of the container as well, of the container. So now we have to override one of these properties, this one, align item. So we only want to override it for the description child, the child of the container. So for that, what we are going to say is that instead of saying align items. So this align items is defined in the parent, and as a result, it gets applied to all of its children. Now we are only targeting one of its child. So we will say align self. So only now this. So by using this property, we are overwriting the generic property defined in the parent. So we are saying to this self, that is this description, the alignment should be flex start. And now as you can see, the contents have moved to the top of the whatever the container is. Okay, so what we are going to do is that to this lorem, we need to increase its contents. So lorem, let's make it 30. For the second one, lorem 55. Okay, I think this much content is enough. Now let's target this font, and we need to also make this about us move over here towards the left, and we should decrease the font size. Shall we decrease the font size? I think font size maybe just a little bit. Okay, so copy, paste, and we are targeting paragraph. Font size, let's make it 2 rem, and line height, let's make it 2.4 rem. Okay, again we need some space between this image and this text. So let's go to the description and define padding left. So instead of extracting some space from the description, let's do this for the image. So padding right, let's make it 2 rem. Yeah, I think that's better. Now maybe we should remove this last paragraph. Or the other thing that we can do is, let's go to the container, and for the padding, for the top and bottom, let's make it 1.5, and for the left, let's keep the 5 rem. I don't like it. Now the image seems shorter than this text. So let's revert back to our original, and let's go back to the description, and padding top and bottom, let's make it 1.5 rem. Left and right 0. Okay, yeah, that's better. Okay. Text align, let's make it justify. Okay, that's better. Now let's move this towards the left side over here, and we need some space, and probably we need to shrink the size of the text as well. Okay, so font size, let's make it 1.8 rem. Now line height, let's make it 2.2 rem. Okay, let's copy this, paste it over here. Did I not paste? Paste it over here, and we are targeting H2. So font size is going to be 2.8 rem because the default font size is 3 something rem. Okay, I think this is better. Now we need to bring it in the left. Maybe we should still decrease some font size. So instead of 2.2, let's make it 1.5 rem. Okay, now for the text align, let's make it left, and heading bottom 1 rem. Okay, that's better. Now we need to define the transition property, this transition property. So basically what we need to do is that, let's go to the services. Okay, let's copy this part. So opacity initially should be 0, transform, we are transforming it to 50 pixels down. And then when the show class is attached to it, no, we don't need to do this. Okay, when the show class, okay, we don't need this part, but then when the show class is attached to the container, we want to set its transform property, opacity to 1 and translate back to its original position. So copy and let me paste it over here and then comment it out. Okay, so let's copy these 3 properties, Control X, and put it with the container. This container, paste it over here. So initially it's invisible. Then when the show class is attached, so okay, so copy, Control X, cut it. Okay, so about container, and when the show class is attached to the container, we want to set the opacity back to 1 and translate it to its original position. Okay, now it's invisible initially. Now we have to let our spy, that is our intersectionObserver, know to keep spying on it, and the moment we enter into this viewport area which contains this about us section, then make it visible. So let's go to our script. And let's get a reference to our container, the about section. Document query selector. We are not interested in the, are we interested in the about us section? No, we are interested in the container, which is a child of this about. So query selector, we are interested in about container. So this about actually references the child of the about, which is called container. Okay, now because this about is a single element, so we simply have to do observer.observe, and we have to pass this about reference to it. Okay, good. Let's go to home and let's go back to the about. It didn't happen because okay, it's happening. So if we have already been to about section and then go somewhere else and come back to about, the transition will not happen. This animation will not happen. The reason is that we only want it to happen. We only want it to happen for the very first time, and then we are stopping our intersectionObserver from continuously spying on this section altogether. So that's why it's only happening just once. Okay, now we have to make it responsive. So for 1200, I don't think we will be needing to make any changes. However, for 768 screen size, we want this image to disappear altogether, and we only want to see this text. And that's the only responsive change that we want to put into place. So let's go to our style. And probably we don't need to make any changes for 1200. Let's go to 768. So this is 768. Let's go to the end. over here. Let's say it about container image. We are going to say display to none. And then for the description, let's copy this, paste. For the description, we only have to give it width 100%. So initially, the image is occupying 45% of the width and the description is occupying 55%. So now we are giving it 100% of the width. Okay, now let's test it out. So this is 1200. Okay, fine. Now when we get to 768, good, we don't need to make any change. Now the same should happen for 480. Perfect. Okay, I don't think, how is this behaving? Yeah, I think because this one has more contents, maybe we should increase the font size and height 100% as well. Okay, so let's copy this. Okay, let's go to 480 and paste it over here. Now we are going to set height, minimum height. Again, let's make it inherit. Okay, now increase the font size. Copy, paste, font size, so 1.8 rem, paragraph. Okay, that's better. Hey coders, welcome back. So now we are going to start working on our contact us section. This contains two parts, or two children. One contains a map and other one contains the contact form. I've just noticed that the map is not centrally aligned with respect to the horizontal axis, and maybe we should make this contact form vertically aligned as well. So keeping these two modifications in mind, let's think about how to go about defining the HTML for this section. So as usual, we are going to define a main container in our section, which will contain these two divs as its children. So this div will contain again two children, a h2 for this heading and the map. And likewise, this div will also contain two children, this h2 heading and this contact us form. So let's get to it. Okay, so this is our index.html and our section is currently empty. Let's define a container. Now first div, let's give it the name map div, and this div is going to contain a h2. Let's say where to find us. Then we need a map. So to get the map, let's go to Google Maps. Okay, so let's click on Google Maps and over here let's search Victoria Station, London. Okay, so this is our station. Now let's click on this share and then you see this embed a map. Click on it and now you can see over here it says iframe and over here at the right corner it says copy HTML. So copy it by clicking it and over here paste it. So this is our iframe with certain properties. Two of these properties is height and width. So we are basically going to delete this height and width so that we can make it responsive. Otherwise this height and width is going, where is it? Otherwise this height and width will be fixed and it won't be responsive. So let's delete. Okay. So we are done with the first child. Now let's move on to the second child. Since the section name is contact, so we are making this one contact div. Again, this contains first child, which is h2, and contact us is the heading. Then we need a form. So let's give it the class name form dot contact form. So we have a form with the class name contact form. Okay, so now this contact form contains two input elements for the name and the email. The second one is a text area for the actual message that anyone who is trying to contact with the real estate owners, they can write their message in it, and then submit button. So input, we need input of type text. Name, let's give it name, and ID name as well. Let's create a placeholder as well. Now copy paste this one. Input type text, name, let's change it to email. So let's change the type from text to email as well. ID is also email, and over here email. Okay, then we need text area. Okay, for the name, let's give it message, and ID message as well. Then input of type button, value is send message. Okay, that's it. Have a peek. So this is our project. Let's click on the contact us. Okay, so this is how it currently looks. Now the first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to give this section a background image. Then we will start styling these two children. So let's go to our style.css file, and over here before the media queries, let's start contact us section begins. Okay, so before we define any properties, since they are going to be almost same they are going to be similar to the rest of the sections. So let's go and have a look at this about, this one, about. Let's copy this whole thing because it has a background property, then displays flex so that the contents come in the center, justify content, and align item center as well. So we are going to need these. Paste it over here and change the name from about to contact. Remember, the contact is the class name for the section. Now we have to change the background image. I think it's just Real Estate Pro. Let me have a peek. CONTACT. Okay, yeah. So this is the background image. Now we have to define some properties for the parent of these two elements, map div and the contact div. So contact and then container is the class name given to the parent of these two children. Okay. Let's first of all set display flex because we want the children to be in the center. Justify content center and align item center as well. This will not have any visual difference in the browser. However, with respect to this section, this container is in the center, horizontally as well as vertically. We will come back and add some more properties to this container when we find the need. For the time being, we don't find any need, so let's move on to the children. So contact container, or let's make it direct map div, and the other one was contact div. Okay, now since these two are the children of this container, we can put some gap between these two. So gap is 2 rem. Now let's move on to the common properties for map div and contact div. So again, we have to, let's copy paste these properties. So both are going to be display flex, justify content center, and align item center, because both of these divs have two children, h2, and first one contains map and the second one contains the form. But in this case, we have to set the flex direction to column. Okay. Now, in order to see how much space is currently being occupied by these two, we are going to give it Glassmorphism effect. So for that, let's copy these two properties and paste it over here. And let's give some border radius, 0.5 rem. Okay. Okay, so this is how currently they look. I have given flex direction column, have I not? Okay, it was supposed to be flex direction column. Okay, that's good. Now in order to keep these two elements symmetrical, we have to give same amount of height and width to both of these children, and then we have to make sure this map occupies almost same dimensions with respect to width and height that our contact form, this form occupies. So this way both of them will look symmetrical. Okay, so first of all, to both of these divs, the width is going to be the 50% of the parent for both of them. So this is the container, whatever is the width, so we have to give it fixed width and height. So what we are going to do is that for the container, the width is going to be 85% and height as well 85%. So reason we are giving it 85 width and height because we want to see the background image as well. Otherwise, everything will be covered by these two divs, map div and contact div. So we want to be able to appreciate the Glassmorphic effect. For that, we need to be able to see the clear background as well as the tinted glass effect as well. So 85%. This will enable us to see the background image as well. Now for the map div and contact div, out of this width of 85%, 50% is going to the first child and 50 is going to the second child. Now as far as the height is concerned, so we have to make sure the height is more explicit. Otherwise, when we later on, when we divide this height to the subchildren of this contact form, which contains input elements, that might not work. So let's make it 85% viewport height. And while we are at it, we can do the same for the width as well. There is no harm in making it viewport width as well. Okay. So out of this 85% of viewport width, 50 has gone to the map div and 50 has gone to the contact div. Now for the height, again, now height is going to be 100% for both the children. Okay. So now we have to work on the iframe. Sorry, both of them have H2s. Okay, so for the H2s, let's copy and paste it. Map div has H2 and contact div also have H2. We have already put gap, so we don't need to define padding. We have to decrease the font size. So font size, let's make it 2.5 rem. So far, we don't need to make any more changes. We'll have a peek in the browser, and then if we find the need to make changes, we will define further properties. Okay. Now for the iframe and the contact form. So let's start with the iframe. Okay, so map and map div. Then we have iframe. As far as the width is concerned, let's make it 80%. And for the height, so 80% of the parent, which is this H2, and which gets 50% and 50% of 85% viewport width. So that's what it is. Now for the height, let's make it 90% and see if there is any effect. Okay, so this is how it looks. We don't want this much, so height, let's decrease the height to 80. I think we should decrease the height a bit more and width as well. Okay, so width, let's make it 70 is fine. 70 and height 70 as well. Maybe 75 width. Yeah, I think that's better. Now we need to give padding to the parent. So the parent is this map div, but we need similar padding for our contact div as well. So let's define padding all around 2 rem. Okay, so there is all around padding of 2 rem for both of these. Now let's work on this contact form. We have to give this contact form same width and height as this iframe. Okay. Okay, so map div iframe, then contact div, and the name of the class for the form is contact form. So now both iframe and contact form have same width, 80% and 90% height. Okay, but we have to work on these input elements. So now we have to only work on contact form. So copy, paste. Let's say display flex. Flex direction is going to be column because we have lots of input elements and we want all of them in their respective rows. So flex direction column, justify content center, align items center. And we need some gap between these input elements. So gap is going to be 1.5 rem. Okay, so this is how they look. Now we have to make sure, we have to increase the height of these input elements, and we have to make sure this one, because this is text area, this should occupy more height. Okay, so first of all, contact form, and then we are interested in all the elements of this contact form. So we are saying immediate children of contact form. Height, let's make it, what shall we define the height? So out of this parent height 90%, let's give it 5% for each of the children. Maybe we should increase height a bit more. Let's make it 8%. Okay, that's better. We have to make sure it occupies 100% of the width of its parent. So parent is this contact form. Width is going to be 100% of the contact form. Okay, that's better. Now we have to increase the height of this text area. So contact form text area, the height, let's give it, so 24 is occupied by 3 input elements. The rest, what's the rest? Almost 75%. So 75% we are going to reserve height. 75% is reserved for the text area. It's contact form. Yeah, I think that's better. Now we have to define certain properties for all of these input elements. So basically we are going to copy some properties, these properties, and apply it to the input elements. So let's go up and look for the button. Okay, so this is the properties of the button, and this is hover property. So we are going to need almost all of them. So let me copy the button properties as well as the hover properties for the button. Let's go down. Okay. Paste it, and I'm going to comment it out for the time being. Okay, now what properties do we... Okay, so this color and this color, background color and the text color, this one will be applied to the submit button. The padding for all the input areas will be fine. Border radius, border none, outline none, font size 1.6 rem fine, box shadow, cursor, this one will also be applied only to the submit button. Margin 1 rem. Margin, do we need margin? We don't need margin because we have already defined, what have we defined? We have defined the gap between these input elements. So these properties, these are common for all the input elements. So copy this and paste it over here with this asterisk because these properties apply to all the input elements. Okay, that's better. Now we have to give it color. So what we are gonna do is that contact form input of type is going to be submit or button. What is it? Button. Okay. Button. Now we are gonna bring back these 3 properties: background color, cursor pointer, and the color. Copy. Paste. Now we have to define hover property. So copy this part, paste it, attach hover with it. Now let's bring back this hover to our input type of type button. Okay, good. I think we did decrease the font size, didn't we? The font size for the H2. Why hasn't it taken effect? Font size, map div, contact div, 2 rem. Why? No, it's not taking effect. I wonder why. Oh, okay. I have written font weight. I was supposed to say font size. So let's go back to font size 2.5 and see the effect. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, I don't think we need to do any more changes. Now let's see how does it look responsively. So for the 1200 screen sizes, it should look almost the same. For the screen size is smaller than 1200, which is 768 and smaller, because the screen size gets smaller. So we want this map to come first and this contact form to come later, one after the other. So in a flex we have to set the flex direction column for the parent, which is the container. But first let's have a peek. Yeah, see how horrible it looks. So 1200. Okay, so for the 1200, I think it's absolutely fine. However, for the 768, okay, so for the 768, we want this map to occupy the whole width of this screen, and this form should come later on. So we want to set the display property, we want to set the flex direction property to column for the parent of these 2 children, which is container. Then we will increase the width of these children from 50% to 100%. Probably these are the only two changes that we need to make. So, okay, so let's copy this contact container and the two children, map div and contact div. So copy. Let's go down to the very end of 768. This is 768. Let's go to the very end. Okay, over here, paste them back. Now let's start with the contact container. It's already display flag, so we don't need it. Justify and align. We are not making any changes. Cape is fine. Tooling is just fine. Height is, again, we don't need any of these properties. Okay, so the only thing that we need to do is we have to set flex direction to column. And for these divs, we have set the width. Basically, we have to go up. Now, we don't need to make any changes over here, I think. The only thing that we have to do is that we have to set the width from 50% to, let's make it 80%, because we want some space in the corner so that we can see the background image as well. Okay, so as per our calculations, this first child should have occupied the most of the space over here with respect to the height, but that hasn't happened. So we have to figure out why that is the case. Okay, so if we go up to our global properties, so if you remember the sections, let's go to the sections over here. Where is it? Okay, so the section has minimum height of 100 viewport defined. So that means we are giving this section the cushion to grow if there are more contents, and it has been happening when we had cars to display. So like for the featured properties. So in the featured properties, we were able to let the section grow. Let's say featured over here. So you can see the section is growing bigger than the viewport height. So why isn't happening for the contact us section? So the reason is, so after the section, let's go back to the contact us. Okay, so this is contact. Now if you notice for the container, we are giving it fixed height, 70 viewport height. Even though the section itself can grow bigger, but the container cannot. The container is at most 70 viewport height. So because this height is fixed, and even if we give 100% height to its children, so that 100% will be actually the 70 viewport height. And because this height is fixed, both of these elements are tried to fit into a single area, that is single viewport screen. So we have to let the container grow as well. So let's go back to 768. Okay, over here. So I have deleted the commented out properties. Okay. So now for the contact container, the flex direction is column, and for the map div and contact div, width is 100%. But over here, we are going to say height. We are going to set it to auto. That is, let the height grow with respect to the contents. Okay. Now over here, for each div, the map div and the contact div, we are going to set the height to be, let's say, 70% of the viewport height. Now, because this height, the container height is auto, so it will help the container grow bigger, because 70 viewport height plus 70 viewport height is 140 viewport height. So it's bigger than the screen size. Okay, so this is how it has turned out to be, and I think this is better. We don't need to make any changes. This is 70 viewport height is occupied for one div, and the rest of the 70 viewport height is occupied by the second div. Now let's check 480. Okay, 480, we need to increase the width, and probably we should decrease the height. So copy this, and let's go to 480, paste it over here, make the width 100%, and height, let's make it 55, viewport height, or 60. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, so one more time, this is 480. Let's go back to 768. This is how it looks. Okay, now let's go to 1200. Okay, good. Now let's go to normal one. Good. So I think we are done with the contact us part as well. Now the only thing left is on this page. The only thing left is our footer. So this footer is just this text. Okay. Let me copy this part. Copy. Now let's go to index, and after the last section, let's put in footer, and this footer contains a paragraph and paste the text. However, we need to attach the copyright HTML entity. So ampersand copy semicolon. Okay, so there it is. Now we have to style it. Let's go to styles. Okay, now so for the footer, let's give it width 100%. Height, let's make it 4 rem, and we want to give this background color to the footer. Then we want the paragraph in the center, so let's try a different approach to bringing the content in the center. Then display flex. Okay, so paragraph in the footer. For the footer, let's set text align center, and for the paragraph, let's change the color to white. Let's have a font size. Font size, let's make it 1.8 rem. Okay, so this is how it looks. Now we have to bring this text in the center vertically as well. So what we can do is that we know the height of the footer is 4 rem. We are going to assign same line height to our text as well. Okay, so it's in the center. I don't think we need to do any more changes. Let's check how does it look responsibly. Okay, let's start with 1200. Okay, fine. Now let's start with 768. That's good. Then 480. Okay, that's fine. Now with this we are done with at least the front page. Now the only thing left is, let's go to the home. Okay, now the only thing left is, this is demo project, these two pages, the to rent and to buy. This we will continue in our next video, but we have already done most of the work for this page as well. For example, we have already defined these cards. The only thing that we have to actually work on is our search bar and this sort by form. Hey coders, welcome to another video in this real estate series. We have already completed our front end page or the landing page. Now we are moving on to the rent and buy pages. Both are same, so if we define one, we have already defined another one. Okay, so in this page we have this search bar, which is the main task that we have to do, and the other main task that we have to do is this sort by drop down menu. Other than that, we have already defined these cards, and we will only just copy paste this heading, sorry, the header or the menu bar, and this footer. The project that we are building, we have given this footer the background color blue, which matches the buttons, these ones. But in the demo project, this is the color of the footer. So we are going to keep this color, the blue one. Okay. So for that, we have to create separate HTML pages. So let's start with that. Okay. So let's create two pages. Let's give them name rent.html, and let's create another page, buy.html. So what we are going to do is that we are going to copy everything from index.html, control all, copy, and let's start with rent. Okay. And paste everything over here. Now we are going to delete everything other than, which comes basically in between the header and the footer. So basically all the sections. We are not interested in any sections at all. We will create our own separate sections for this page. Okay, so this is the last section. Let's delete it. Now this is all we have. I've already put in this buy.html and rent.html. So let's refresh, and now let's click on the buy one. Okay, we haven't put anything in the buy. We are putting everything in the rent to rent. Now if you notice, you can see this blue shade over here. This is because this is actually the footer. And remember, we gave blue color to the footer. So this footer is actually behind the header. Now you have to figure out why this footer is behind the header. Well, the reason this footer is behind the header is, if you remember, we have given the position fixed to our header. So when we give position fixed to any HTML element, if you think a browser is having different layers, so initially any browser or web page has only one layer. And all the contents that we have defined in the HTML file, they are all placed in that layer one after the other in the sequence. But when we define position fixed, then that element will also create a separate layer in the browser. So by setting position fixed, we have actually created another layer. So now there are two layers in the browser. The first one has this header element as its very first child, and the second one has element footer as its first child. So because both of these elements are first children in their respective layers, so they are trying to occupy space with this top left position of the browser because they think they are the very first children in the browser, even though they are in different layers. But once we put some content between the header and the footer, the header will get pushed down. So we don't have to do anything to fix this problem. This problem has occurred because currently we don't have anything in terms of the body of this web page. So let's define some content for this body of the web page. So let's go down. So before we define anything, let's have a peek at what we have in the web page. Okay, let's go to the demo project. Now if you notice, so first we will create a section, and within that section we will have a div which will contain this search bar. Then we will create another div which will contain this H2, this drop down list, and the third div will contain all of these cards. So let's get to it. Okay, so where the header ends, let's create a section and give it a class name properties. Now create a search div. Now this will contain our search form. Then let's create a container. Now within the body of this container, first of all we have to define H2. And let's define the title, current properties in the market, or let's make it current properties to let. Okay. Then the second child is our sort div. So let's create a div with the class name sort div. This will contain the drop down menu, and the third div is going to be the div which contains all the cards. So if we go to our index.html, so this is the name. Basically we will copy paste everything from here. So container, listing container, a div with the class name listing container. Then within that div we have separate cards with the class name listing. So copy listing 2, copy listing 3, copy, and this is the last div. Copy, and let's place it over here. Okay, so a section with the class name properties, then we have a search div, then we have a div with the class name container, which contains first child H2, second is a sort div, and the third one is called listing container with all the listings in here. Okay, that's it. Let's have a peek in the browser. So this is the one that we are working on. Now if you notice that blue shade is gone because now the footer has been pushed down over here. However, some contents of this section has been moved up. As a result, they are behind this header. So that's because now this section is the first child of the layer in which these contents are present. So they are also starting from this top left corner of the browser. But we will fix that part. Let's put in the search form and the drop down list. So let's start with our search div over here. Let's create a form with the class name search form. So we need one input element for the postcode, bedrooms. This is input of type number. This is input of type number as well. And this is also input of type number. So one input of type text, and then 3 inputs of type number, and then this submit button. Input type text over here. So the name is going to be, let's give it location. We don't need ID. However, we do need placeholder. So location or postcode. Now input of type number. Let's change this to placeholder and copy paste it 2 more times. Okay. For the first one, let's give it the name bedrooms and placeholder bedrooms as well. For the second one, let's make it minimum value is 1. So that means bedrooms can't be 0. Now for the second one, let's give it the name minval, and placeholder is going to be minimum value. And now let's define a step. So what this step is going to be, let's put in 1. Let me show you what this step does. Okay, so this is our demo project. Now as we hover over these number elements, you notice this up and down arrows. So when we click on it, each time this one decreases 0.01. increase is 0.1, and this one will make it decrease 0.01. So by defining a value for the step, we are defining how much this number should increase or decrease with each step or with each click. So over here it's 0.01. We are making it 1. Okay. Now for the second one, give it the name next value, maxval, and placeholder is going to be next value. Now let's define input of type submit, or shall we make it button? The reason I'm going for the button is that then we have already defined certain properties for the buttons, so we will just copy paste those values. We could do this with input as well, but let's be consistent. Okay, so value is going to be search. Let's make it capital. Okay, we still can't see the form because it's still behind the header. So what we are going to do is that let's go to our style files, and this is the footer. After the footer, buy and rent pages start. Section name is properties. Let's for the time being give it heading top. Let's make it 8 rem. This is temporary. We might have to change it. We will think about that later, but for the time being this is temporary solution because we want these elements to be pushed down. Properties. Okay, so there it is. Now we are able to see the search bar. Okay, now let's work on the sort div. So let's go down to the sort div over here. Let's define select. We don't need to give it any class because we don't have any other select element in the rest of the website. So let's give it the name sort, and ID, we don't need any ID. Okay. Now let's define option elements for each of the options. So let's copy paste it 3 more times because we have 4 sort by options. For the value, let's start with the caption. So let's start with price, low to high, copy, paste, high to low. Now for the second one, it's bedrooms. Again, let's make it low to high, bedrooms, high to low. Now for the values, let's make it price underscore ascending, price underscore descending, bed underscore ascending, bed underscore descending. Let's put back C. Okay, so these are the values. Now let's have a peek in the browser. Okay, so this is our drop down list, but we need this sort by title as well. Okay, so we need a span dot sort title. Okay, so the name or the caption is going to be sort by. Okay, that's good. Okay, and with this we have basically defined the whole HTML structure. Now we have to work on styling this page. Let's start with the background. Then we will be able to see the Glassmorphic effect, which is not visible over here for these cars and this the header. So let's start with it. So let's go to our style.css and let's start with the context. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, so let's copy this contents of this context section and paste it over here. So the image is sky.jpg. Do we need display flex, justify content? Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, so now because flex direction by default is row, so that's why this is how you see we have to change the flex direction from default to column. So flex direction is going to be column, and let's put in a gap. Then we will not have to worry about placing the headings or margins between the children of the property section. So we have 2 children in the properties. By 2 I mean 2 immediate children. So we have this search div and the container. So basically we have to think of how much space we want between the search div and the container. So this is search div and the rest of the contents are containers. So let's start with the gap of 2 rems. So gap, let's make it 2 rem. Maybe we can do away with a little bit more gap between this search div and this whole container, and determine that. And I've also noticed I have written mim value. We have to change it to min value. Okay, so gap, let's make it 3 rems, and let's go to the rent.html file, and over here change it to min value. Okay, yeah, I think for the time being that's fine. Okay, now as you can notice, this 8 rem of padding top 8 rem is a lot, so let's make it 4 rem. Oh, actually, because we have said justify content, align item center as well, so we have to change it to justify content, change it to flex start. So this will bring the contents to the top with respect to the vertical axis. Oh, okay, that's good. Now we need to bring back padding top of 8, the initial value, because I thought this margin padding was pushing the elements down, but in fact it was just this justify content center. Okay, that's better. Okay, so now let's start working on our actual search form. So because this is a form, so what we are going to do is that we are going to copy the styles that we have defined for the, let's open it over here. So let me copy this, paste it over here, and let's go to the home. Okay, so remember I clicked on home, but it just attached this hash hero to it. So what we are going to do is that we have to bring in the whole address. We will eventually change this when we define our backend, but for the time being, what we are going to do is that let's go to our rent, and over here, instead of this hero, let's delete it and paste this thing for the home. And let's copy this part, paste it over here. So okay, so this is hrem, so this will reload the whole page. Okay, so now what this will do is that if we are on the rent or buy page and we click on about, then it will not only reload the page, but it will scroll down to the about section as well. We don't need to put in index.html because that's the default web page for any web server which is rendering the page. Okay, so let's remove this. Now let's test. Let's click on the about. Now we have been moved to index.html and about page. Let's click on home, and we are on home. Again, let's go back to the rent, and now click on home, and we have been moved to this hero section. Okay, so let's recap. When we had not prepended the domain name with the sections, the section name, these are, so this hash followed by something is called a section name. So if we have not defined this domain part, then what happens is that whichever page we are currently on, like over here we are on rent.html page, had we clicked on, let's suppose, services, so it would have only appended hash services to it. And because there is no section with the ID services, so we would not see any change over here. So rather what we wanted was, when we clicked on the services, we wanted to be redirected back to index.html, and then we scroll down to services section. So for that, what we had to do was, we had to prepend it with domain name. This whole thing is called domain name. It doesn't include index.html. So when we don't define any file, just the domain, so the server which is rendering the page will by default consider the name of the web page to be index.html. So this took us to index.html and then scroll down to the featured section. But for these buy and rent, because they are not index.html, so we have to provide the actual path to the page. So /buy.html or /rent.html. Okay. Eventually, we will replace this with the proper domain name when we have defined our backend as well. So basically, when we are working with the PHP. But for the time being, this is how it works. Okay, so now we can copy this part and update our index.html as well as the buy.html. But let's not worry about it because this is temporary anyway. We will eventually change this setting as well. So let's keep it the way it is. Now let's move on to what were we doing. Okay, so now we have to work on the styling the search form. So let's go to our, so this is landing page. Now let's go to the contact us. Now if you notice, this is our contact us form. So what we are going to do is that the styles that we have defined for this contact us form, we are going to copy paste it. And then we will think of what changes do we need to do. So let's go to the style and let's go to the contact section. let's search for it. Okay. Okay, so we are going to copy everything related to the contact form. Copy. Now let's go down to the properties, and over here let's paste back everything. Okay, now first of all, the name of the form in our case is search form. Display flex, flex direction, column, justify content center, align item center. Okay. And the gap between the input elements is 1.5 frame. Then the immediate children of search form. Height 8, width 100%, heading 1 frame, border radius 0.4, border none, outline none, font size 1.6 frame, box shadow, text transform. Okay. Now we don't have any text area, so let's delete this part. Then contact form of type, input type, button, background, this. Okay. We need a cursor. Okay, fine. Yeah, let's see how it looks. Let's go to rent. Okay, so this is how it looks. We don't need flex direction column, so let's delete it. And why hasn't this one got the color? Oh, we need to change the name from contact form to search form. Okay, over here as well. And while we are at it, let's change the flex direction from column back to default. Since it's default, we don't need to define it. Okay, so this is how it looks. Now we have to see how does it look responsively. So let's start with the screen size is 1200 pixels. Okay, so this is 1200, and I think we don't need to make any changes for the 1200. Let's check 768. Okay, so for the 768, what we want is that, let's see the demo project first. Okay, so this is demo project, and if you notice, we have only 2 input elements per row. To make that happen, what we are going to do is that we are going to shrink the size of input elements to 50% of the size of the parent. So this way, we will be able to fit in 2 input elements per row, I think. Okay, so what we are going to do is that we are going to copy this whole thing because we have to decrease the font size as well. So copy this, and let's take it down to the 768. This is we are on. Okay, so this is 480. So this is the end of 768. Paste it over here. We are not changing the height, or shall we change the height? Let's change the height from 8 to 7, I think. Width is going to be 50, or let's make it 45% because we have to put in the gap as well. Okay, so width is 45%, padding already has 1 rem. Font size, we will decrease the font size to 1.2 rem. And let's delete this as well because we are not making changes to any of those properties, so we deleted them. So basically, those properties still apply to 768 screen sizes. Because this is our demo project. No effect. Oh, we have to define flex wrap property so that if the content doesn't fit in on a single row, they must get down to the next row. So let's go to the global properties over here for the container which contains the search form. So basically the whole form. For that, let's define flex wrap over here and set it to wrap. Okay, good. That's it. Maybe we should shrink the width from 45% to 40 because they look too big. Or shall we increase the gap over here? And we should make the height back to 8% because it doesn't look nice. So let's go back down. Change it back to 8%. And font size, let's make it 1.4. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, so this is 760. Now let's check how do they look with 480. Fine. I don't think we need to make any changes. Yeah. Okay, fine. With this, we are done with the search bar. Now let's move on to the title. What happened to you? Oh, okay. My bad. So let's go back where we are defining the flex rep to rep. Okay, so what we are going to do is that we don't have to define this flex rep for the global property. So copy and delete this rep property from here. And since I have copied the whole part, let's go back to 768 over here, paste it. Let's delete the rest of the properties except for the flex rep. Good, now it's fine. Okay, so for 1200 and greater, we see all of them in a single row, but when we reach 768, this is how we see our search form. Okay. Now, as far as the current properties to let is considered, the font size is quite big. So let's go to the global properties. Okay. Properties, and we have H2 there. Define the font size. What is the generic H2 font size? It's 3.5. So we are going to turn it into 4.5. Font size 4.5. Okay, that's better. Maybe we should put in some gap between. Okay, there is a lot of gap over here. So we have to increase the gap between the children of the properties section. Okay, so the gap over here is 3 rem. Let's make it 4 rem in the properties section. For the properties section. Okay, that's enough. Now the rest of the gap will come between this H2 and this container, which is called listings container. So let's give some gap for the. Okay, so we have container in the property section. Okay, so we have container div within which we have this H2 drop down and listings container. So we are going to define some margin for this H2 over here. Okay, so properties H2, let's give it margin bottom and let's make it 4 rem. I think that's better. Now let's work on, or let's see how it looks responsively. Let's start with 1200. It's fine. 768. I think we should decrease the font size back to 3.5. Other than that, okay. So properties H2 copy. Let's go to 768. Paste it over here again, or let's make it just 4 rem. 3.5 will be a lot less. And for the margin bottom, 3.5. Okay, that's better. 480. Let's decrease the font size over here. Copy. Paste it over here, and the font size, let's make it 3.5 rem and margin bottom 3 rem. Yeah, I think this is better. Now let's move on to the drop down list. Now the first thing that we have to do is that we have to move this sort by from the left side to over here to the right side in the right edge. So since this H2 drop down list and this div which contains all of these cards, properties cards, they are all inside a div called container. So all of these are the children of the container. So we will define display flex for it, justify contain properties and align item center in general. But then we will come to this child and we will change its alignment from left to right explicitly, but only for this particular child. So let's go again to defining global properties. Okay, so over here we are working with the properties. We have a div named container. For that, let's set display flex, justify content center, align item center. Let's define a gap between the children. That reminds me, we have to set the flex direction to column. And gap is going to be, the reason we are defining gap is then we don't have to worry about setting margins and padding. So gap is going to be, let's make it 1.5 frame and see. Okay, so maybe we should increase the gap. And because we have defined some padding margin for this H2, so this gives us more gap, but maybe we are fine with that. Yeah, I think we are fine. Okay. Let's increase the gap over here to 2 rem and over here margin bottom, let's make it 2 rem as well. Okay. Okay, now this is in the center, we have to move it in the right side. So for that we have another property. In fact what we are going to do is that because this class name is very unique, so let's directly target sort div. We don't need to prepend it with these ones because we don't have any other sort div class name. So this is a unique class name. So sort div, and we are going to target this align self. So this will only align or change the alignment for this particular child of the flex. So we are going to set it flex end. Put it in the corner of the flex end. Okay, good. Now let's give it some height, padding, font size and everything. Okay, so within the sort div, we have select statement. Okay, let's increase the height by increasing the padding. So padding, let's make it 1 rem all around. Then font size 1.2 rem. Line height, let's make it 1.5 rem. Okay, that's better. Text transform, capitalize. For the color, okay, we need to give it some round edges, and so for that, what we are going to do is that copy this border radius, border outline, and what else? Copy. Paste it over here. Okay, so this is how it looks. I don't think the font size has increased, has it? Let's make it 1.4 rem. Okay. Okay, so now we have to target this sort by. So sort div, and there we have span. Let's copy everything. These except for the border radius and outline, because we don't have these things. It's a span. So padding, so let's make it padding right and 0.8 rem. Font size 1.4 rem, line height 1.5. Let's give it font weight so that it's bolder. Okay. Now, okay, so this is how it looks. Do you think we should increase the font size? Let's make it 1.8 rem. Then line height, make it 2 rem. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, now let's see how it looks responsively. Okay, so this is 1200, 400, this is 480. Let's start with 1200. Okay, for the 1200, everything seems to be just fine. Now let's move on to 768. Okay, so 768, it seems to be misaligned with respect to these cards. So what shall we do? If we give some margin to this sort div, it will push this whole div towards the right if we define margin right. Okay, so let's go down to 768. Over here, sort div, let's define margin right. Let's start with 2 rem. We need to increase the margin right. Shall we make it 3 rem? Okay, I think this is perfect. However, if you notice, because of the background image, this sort by is not as much visible. So to fix this, what we are going to do is that we are going to give it text shadow, and the text shadow is going to be white. So this way, this text will always be visible no matter what kind of background there is. So what we are going to do is that, okay, instead of going and looking for it, let's search text shadow. Okay, so this is the text shadow. Copy this, and again, let's go back down to the sort div. Okay, so properties, search, container, sort div, span. Okay, over here, let's paste in text shadow. However, the color is going to be white in our case. So copy, paste, paste, and paste. Okay, good. So now it's visible. Let's check 1200. This is good. And if we go a bit bigger than 1200, it's fine. Now let's check 480. So for the 480, maybe we should bring this self-alignment property back to center. This way it will be in the center, and then we don't have to think about margin. We will have to reset the margin back to 0. Okay, so let's go to 480. sort div, margin right, let's bring it back to 0. So we change the margin right to 3 rems, 3 rems for 760. But for 480, we are removing basically that margin right because we are setting its self-align property, align self property back to center. Yeah, there is something not quite right. Maybe we should increase the size of this card for 480. How many cards we are able to see for 768? 2 are fine. But for 480, if we are seeing just one card, so at least the size of the card should be a bit bigger. So let's increase the card size. So because cards are in the listing, so let's go and check the listings. This is header, listing, and where listing container. Okay, let's copy this part for the listings, copy, and let's go to 480. This is 480. So after the nav links, let's paste in and put back the ending curly bracket. Okay, so width, what we are going to do is that we are going to make it, let's see, 80% of viewport width because it's VW. Oh, that's horrible. How about 75%? We should increase the height. Maybe this will change the height. Let's make it 60% of the viewport height. Okay, this is fine, but I think we should now decrease this space over here. So for the H2 in the properties, let's remove the margin bottom that we have assigned to it. So for the 408, sort div H2 margin bottom, let's make it 1 rem. Okay, that's better. So now we have a lot of space over here. So either we can put some space over here, that will be too much work. So what we are going to do is that we are basically going to shrink the width, and we will, with respect to depth, we will shrink the height as well. This will bring everything in order. So listing width, let's make it 70, and height, let's make it 55. I can live with that. Okay, so with this we are done with the buy and rent pages. So basically this is rent page. We basically have to copy everything and put it in the buy page as well. And the only thing that we have to do is that if it's rent, then all of these lines should be, these strips should be red. And if it's buy, then all of these strips should be green. But since currently we have everything defined manually and statically, once we have our backend in place, so this thing will be taken care of automatically. We will not have to worry about it for the time being. So with this, we are ending our today's video, and in the next one, we will work on, when we click on any of these cards, we get redirected to this details page for this specific property. And over here, we have this slider as well, which shows all the images associated with this specific property. So in the next one, we will work on this particular part. In the meantime, I hope you liked this video. If you did, please do not forget to comment, like, subscribe, and share. You have no idea how much this means to me. Thank you so much. Happy coding. Hey coders, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we are going to finish off the front end side of our e-commerce website by implementing, let's go to, let's say, feature properties. Click on one of the properties. So this is the web page that we are going to implement. Over here, we will be learning how to implement a slider without using any kind of libraries. So this is the slider which represents all the images or contains all the images that belong to that particular property that we clicked and moved to this particular property. So this is the slider. Then over here we have some basic properties like the address, then number of bedrooms and bath, and whether it's for sale or for rent, then the price, and then over here we have further details. If the viewer want to arrange a viewing or get further information regarding this property, they can send a message to the website people using this form. So this is our today's aim. Obviously we are going to make it responsive as well. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so this is our demo project. Now let's go to the project that we are building. So this is the page that I've already created, details.html. Okay, so this is the page called details.html, which at the moment only contains the basic HTML with header and footer. So that's why you see what you see over here, because currently it's empty. So our footer is behind the header. That's why you can see this blue shade over here, because that's the shade of the footer. Now let's put in the contents that will represent this look. So as usual, we are going to create a section which will first of all contain a container which will have all these images. So the section will contain one div which will represent the slider. Then we will have another section for this information, and then we will have third section. So sorry, not section, the div. So one div for this information and another div for this information, the details one. So this is basic info and this is the detailed info. Then over here in the fourth div, we have this form. Okay, so let's get started with our slider. So let's go down where our header ends. Let's create a section. Let's give it class name, property details. Now there, let's create a div, slider container. Now as far as the contents of the slider container div are considered, so this will basically contain three children. We have this left arrow, then the images and the right arrow. So we have three children. A button for this left arrow, second one is going to be images, and the third one is going to be the right arrow. So let's start with the button. Let's give it two classes. The first one is arrow, and the second one is going to be left arrow. So this arrow class will define the properties, CSS properties that apply to both left and right arrows. This particular class, left arrow, will only define the CSS properties that belong to left arrow, as well as some utilization for this class in our JavaScript as well, because this is going to be the unique class name through which we can refer to this button in our JavaScript. This one is going to be a common class. Now for the left angle, we are going to use HTML entity 10094. Okay, so let's copy paste it. Let's change the class name to right arrow, and for the HTML entity 10095. Okay, so these two are buttons. Now in between these two buttons, we have to place in all the images. So for that, we are going to create a container. So we are going to use a div with the class name slider. So this will actually contain all the images. So let me bring in all the images. The source is going to be images, and let's bring in some random images. Let's delete this, copy paste it multiple times. 2, 4, 6. Okay, now let's change. Let's start with kitchen 2, bath 5, front 6, okay, let's select something from interior 11, interior 18. Okay, so these are the images, and this is all the HTML, at least as far as the slider is considered. So we will define the rest later on. Or shall we complete our HTML first? Okay, let's start with the div for the basic info. Let's create a paragraph with the class name lane. So this will basically contain the lane in which the house resides. We don't want the exact house number, so this will contain basically the street name or something like that. So it's going to be something address without house number, or shall we call it street name? Street name. We need a paragraph which will tell us the city. We are currently making it static because we don't have any backend defined yet. Once we have the backend available, so all this information will be filled in automatically. Even these images will change automatically based on the images associated with that particular property in our database. So over here, we will not only have a city, but postcode as well. Again, these are not hard and fast rules. I mean, we can have as much information about the property or as less with respect to the address, where the address is concerned, because we probably don't want the viewers of your website to directly go to that property and communicate with the owners. So you probably don't want to put in all the information there. Then let's create a paragraph for the bedrooms. So this will contain two spawns. Let's give them class name bed, and this will contain a HTML entity which will represent the bed symbol. So ampersand hash, this is hexadecimal value 1F6CF. Okay, we have to make sure that we give the semicolon, otherwise the icon will not be displayed properly. I forgot to put in the semicolons over here, which I now already have. So make sure you place in the semicolon, and you don't need to memorize these values, because you can search on the net and copy paste it. Okay, so number of bedrooms is going to be 2, then comma, and now the bathrooms. So another span, let's give it class name bathroom, and the HTML entity for the shower icon is copy this, paste it, and it's 1F6C1 for the shower. So this is the shower icon. Let me put in the semicolon. And 1F6CF is for the bed icon. And the number of bathroom, let's put in 1.5. So 1 means it's a complete bathroom along with the shower or the bathtub. And this one is something like a powder room, which means just toilet. Okay, so we are done with this basic info div as well. Now let's move on to the details info. It is a heading. So H2 property details. Then we have a paragraph. Let's give it a class name. So property features. Property features go here. Let's make it unique property features go here. Then another paragraph with the class name. Property description. Property description goes here. Again, these two paragraphs will be filled in automatically from the database, but since we don't have any backend at the moment, so we are putting in static text. Okay, so after that, we need a form. Property form. So as far as the form is concerned, we are going to reuse the form that we have created for our landing page. So let's go and have a peek at the landing page. Okay, so let's go to the home, contact us. Okay, so this is our form. We are going to copy paste it, and then if we find the need, we will modify this form for the specific property. So let's go to the landing page, which was index.html. Okay, so this is the form. Copy this whole thing and paste it over here. Probably we need to give this div the same class name that this form has, so that the properties that we have defined for this div also gets applied to this div as well. Now let's have a peek. Okay, so we are on the landing page. Let's go back to the details page. So this is the image. So these are all the images, and then this is the button, the right button. So let's check if we have left button. So it should be somewhere over here, hidden behind the header. We will fix this later. Okay, then we have this basic info, then detailed info. This is the H2, and then we have this contact form. So now we can start working on styling this part. So we are going to start working on the slider first. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create another style file just for this page. So let's give it the class name slider. So slider.css, and we are also going to define a separate script file. Let's make it slider.js as well. Let's make it dev file as well, so that the JavaScript file gets loaded after the contents of this index.html, the details.html file has been loaded. Okay, so let's create these two files now. Slider.css and slider.js. Let's start with the styling first. So we are going to start with the slider container. Okay, so first thing, we are going to set position relative, because then this can act as an anchor or reference point for its children. Okay, then the width is going to be 100% of the viewport width. But if it's more than 800 pixels, then we want it to get confined to maximum 800 pixel width. I mean, if the width of the screen is greater than 800 pixels, then we don't want, then we don't want the width of this div to go beyond 800 pixels. Therefore, we have to define another property called max width, and it's going to be 800 pixels. So as long as the width is less than or equal to 800 pixels, it should occupy the whole screen or whole viewport area. But if the screen is bigger than 800 pixels, then the width of this div shouldn't go beyond 800 pixels. So this is what these two properties collectively are defining. So margin is going to be auto. Okay. Then we want overflow to be hidden. Let me comment this out for the time being. Well, even though I'm commenting this out, but this property is very, very important. But in order to show its importance, I'm commenting it out. Okay, now for the border. Solid 2 pixels and color is going to be next. Let's define some properties for the slider div, which actually contain all of the images. Now, because this div contains multiple images, so we are going to set its display property to flex. And since the default flex direction is row, we want to keep that default direction, so we don't need to define that. And since we will be using some transitioning properties when we click on the left and right arrows, so in order to make those transitions smooth, let's define some properties for the transition. So the transition is going to be, it should be applied transform. On the transform property, it should take 0.5 seconds. And the style is going to be ease in out. Okay. Now let's target the slider image. So the image which is inside the slider. So we want the width of each image to be 100% of the parent container. So since the parent of this image is the slider, but this one doesn't have defined any properties, but their parent, which is slider container, has width defined. So this image will also get the same properties, the same width dimensions. Now, before we define another property, let's go and have a peek. Okay, so this is how it looks. Okay, so this is first image. Then because the flex direction is row, so we can see these a part of second image. And because we have defined overflow X to be hidden, that's why we don't see the rest of the images. But you can already figure out that all the images are in the horizontal direction in a single row. This is first image, then there is the second image, and beyond the screen size, there is third image, fourth, and all these 6 images are in the row or in the same row. But because of the overflowing of the horizontal direction, we don't see the rest of the images. Okay, now what we have to do is that we have to define properties such that only one image gets visible, and that image is going to be the one which is currently present in this slider div. So this is the dimension of the slider div. So the image that fits in that area, only that portion of the image should be visible. So for that, what we are going to do is that we will define the overflow hidden property for the parent of this slider div, not the div itself, but the parent over here. So this is the parent slider container. For that, we are going to define overflow is hidden, because the second image was already overflowing out of this slider div and was placed inside the slider container div. Now, as you can see, we can't see the rest of the images because the rest of the images are overflowing out of this slider div and they are being leaked into the slider container div. And for that, we have set the overflow property to be hidden. That's why we don't see those images. However, now you know that those images are present over here towards the right side of these images. Now, this is the case where we have a big enough image which fits into this area. But what if the image was smaller? In that case, the second image would have tried to push in and probably half of or a portion of that image would have been visible in this area. We don't want this condition to ever occur. So we want whatever is the image, we want it to occupy the whole area or the whole width of this slider div. And for that, we are going to set another property for the image, and which is flex shrink, and we are going to set it to 0. That means under no circumstances this image or any image which is currently occupying the slider div should shrink so that the remaining images which are towards the right of this image should fit into this area. In other words, whatever image is present over here should occupy the whole width of this slider div. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on these buttons, the arrow buttons. But before that, let's push this slider a bit further down so that we can see the other button as well. So let's go to this slider container, and this one is defining margins for all the sides. So we make sure that we define the property margin top after this. Otherwise, let's put in hrem first. So if we define margin top before this margin auto, then this margin auto will override this property. But we want this property to override this property as far as the top is concerned. So we have to make sure that margin top comes after this margin auto property. Okay, so now this div, the slider container div, has been pushed down, and as a result, we can see this left button as well. Now we have to style them. So the styling that we are going to define is that we have to bring this in the center over here, and we have to bring this one in the center again, but at the right edge over here. And then we have to make it bold and color and things like that. But the important thing is we have to bring it down exactly in the center. Since both of those buttons have a common class called arrow, so let's define position absolute. Now because this arrow is defined, or the buttons are defined inside the slider div, and this one is defined inside the slider container div, which is position relative. So this arrow will position itself with respect to this container. So now we have to say from the top, move these buttons 50% down. So position absolute brings both of these buttons over here. Let me comment this out, position absolute. So you can see, now we can see only the left arrow because the right arrow is behind it now. Both are placed over here with position absolute. So with respect to the slider container, it has been placed at the top 0 and left 0. Now we have to bring them both down over here in the center. So top 0 will bring it down to the center over here. Again, the other arrow is behind this arrow. That's why we can't see it. Okay, actually this is right arrow. So left arrow is underneath it. So now we have to move this right arrow toward this side over here. So for that, let's define right arrow. And we are going to say property right. Let's make it 10 pixels. Okay, now you can see the property right has moved this arrow in the right side, and this is the 10 pixels area that has been left. We have to leave same amount of 10 pixels or 10 pixel space between the arrow and the edge of this image as well. So copy paste, change it to left arrow, and we have to define the property left 10 pixels, not right 10 pixels. Okay. Now we go back to the arrow class and define some further properties. Okay, so this is our arrow class. Let's remove the border. So border none. Cursor is going to be pointer. Font size, let's make it 2 rem. Let's define color and background color. Do we need background color? Let's comment this out for the time being. Have a peek. Okay, yeah. Shall we make background color transparent? Okay, so making background color transparent makes it invisible unless we change the color of the arrow itself. So what should be the color? We need to define background color. Otherwise, what if the image that we are displaying that has white area over here, then the arrow will not be visible, and we will encounter this problem no matter what color we assign to our arrows. So instead of making background transparent, we are going to give it blur properties, the Glassmorphic effect. So change the color back to the previous one. Now as far as the background color is considered, let's go to the style.css and let's copy these two properties, background color and background filter. So copy, paste. Okay, that's better. We need to make it, the font size, we have to make it bigger, and we have to give it some heading as well. So the font size, let's make it 4 rem and padding all around 1 rem. Oh, let's make it 3 rem and round edges as well. So 3 rem and border radius 0.4 rem. I think this is still too big, so let's make font size 2.5 rem, and we should decrease the padding all around as well. So the font size, let's make it 2.5 rem, and for the padding 0.5 rem. Yeah, I think that's better. And now as far as the slider is considered, we have defined all the CSS properties. Now we have to define the JavaScript logic so that when we click on any of these arrows, let's say this right arrow, then this image gets moved over here, hence gets hidden. And the image which is basically over here should move into these dimensions in this area. And once this image will move into this area, it will be visible. So we will see a smooth transitioning effect or sliding effect from one image to another when we click on these arrows. So let's work on those two properties. So we have to define click event for both of these two buttons. So now let's go to the slider.js. Let's close this. Okay, slider.js. Now let's create two constants which represents those two buttons. Button document.query selector. The unique class given to this button is left arrow. Copy paste. We need another reference to right arrow. The name to right button. Okay, Now we need to associate click event listeners to both of these. And since the functionality for both of these is same, that is move current image out of that area and bring in next one in the row. If the right arrow is clicked, the right image will be pushed in. And if the left arrow is clicked, the image to the left will be pushed in. Beyond that, the functionality is same. So we only have to define the direction. Other than the direction, the functionality is same. So for that, let's define a function first. Let's define a global variable as well, which will represent the current index. Initially, it's 0. Now let's define the function with a class name moveSlide. This will take direction as a parameter. Now over here, we need to get a reference to the div which contains these images and buttons. Since all of these images and buttons are within a div called slider, so let's create a reference to that. Document.querySelector. The class name is slider. We also need to have the total number of images that are associated with the property. So we have to somehow get access to the total number of images in that slider, in this slider div. So for that, we are going to use this slider constant, slider.children. This will represent the children, that is all the images and the length. So this will give us the total number of images in this slider div. The next property is current index is equal to current value of current index plus the whatever is the value of direction. What this part is doing, it will be more clear once we associate event listeners for these two buttons. Now we are saying if current index is less than 0. In fact, before we define this, let's go up and define the event listeners. Otherwise, this logic might not make any sense to you. So what we are going to do is that we are going to associate an event listener with the left button. So the event is click, and the function that should, or the callback function that should be called or executed when the left button is clicked is this moveSlide. moveSlide. And because the left button is clicked, so the initial value that we want to give it is -1. I'll explain to you why this is -1 in a bit. But let's copy paste it and make this one right button. And the parameter over here is positive. So the parameter that we are passing to the moveSlide initially associated with this left button is -1, and the moveSlide, which is associated with the right button, to that the initial parameter that we are passing is 1. So suppose we are currently viewing the very first image in the row. That means the index of that image is 0. And we click on the left button. So that means this function will execute. That means when this function executes, the value of direction will be -1. And the initial current index is 0. So the current index will become 0 plus -1. That means -1. So current index will be -1. So basically we are saying that if we are currently on the very first image and we still click on the left arrow button, then the current index will become -1, which is less than 0. So if that is the case, then what should happen, because there is no image with the index -1, then what should happen is that we should directly jump to the very last image. Once we directly jump to the very last image, then if we keep on clicking the left arrow button, we will have many images that we can see one by one, starting from the right to left. So since all the images are in a single row, so if the current index is -1, then directly jump to the very last image, which is at the very right end of this array, the images array. And then if we further keep on clicking the left arrow, then we will see the second last image, third last image, and eventually we will again move on to the very first image. So this is what we are defining in our logic. So if current index is less than 0, then set the current index to total images -1. So if total images are 6, then the current index will become 5. And because indexes start with 0, so the last image will have index 5. So this is what it is doing. So the current index is becoming the index of the very last image. If that is not the case, then we have to check if we are clicking on the right button, but we are already viewing the last image in this images row or images array. So for that, we have to check if current index is greater than or equal to total images. So again, if the total images are 6, so the last index will be 5. So if the current index is 5, that means we are viewing the very last image. And if we click on the right once more, we should jump back to the very first image. And if the current index is 6, that means we were on the last image, but we have already clicked on the right arrow button once more. As a result, the index has become 6. So over here we are saying if the current index is greater than or equal to total images. Now if the number of images is 6, And the current index is also 6. That means current index is equal to total images. But since there is no image with the index 6, that means we have already went past the indexes of the images. So in that case, we want to be jumped back to the very first image. And same applies if the current index is greater than the total images. In that case, again, since there is no image with that index, again, we want to be jumped back to the very first image. So in that case, current index will become 0. So that means we jumped from the very last index to the first index. Once we have set the current index properly, now we have to bring in the image depending on the index. Let me write down the logic first, and then I'll explain how does it make the images move left or right when we click on the respective buttons. Okay, so now let's explain how does these two lines of code make the image slider work. So as you can see over here, we are creating a constant with the name translate x, and we are basically giving it whatever is the current index. So when the program first starts or when the page loads in the browser, then at that time current index is 0. So basically whatever the current index is, we are negating it. So if we negate a 0, it will return back the 0, and then we are multiplying it by 100. So first time it's going to be 0 times 100, that is 0. So translate x value will be 0. Then on the next line we are saying we are basically accessing the slider div, and using style.transform property, we are setting a CSS transform property on this slider div. And over here, basically, we are calling the translate x sort of function from the CSS, and to this we are passing this value. Whatever value is over here, we are passing that value and we are converting it into percentage sign. So first time it's 0, so this whole thing will be slider.style.transform x to translate to 0%. That means do not make any changes. So initially there won't be any change, but when the current index changes to 1, then -1 times 100 becomes -100%, and over here it will become slider.style.transform equals translate x to -100%. When index x is 2, then the value will be -200%. When index x is 3, then the value will be -300%. Okay, so this is how it will compute. Now let's try to understand visually how does this logic works. So when the program loads, this dotted rectangle is basically our slider div, and as we know, it contains certain number of images. Initially we are seeing the first image over here, but we know that second image is next to this first image, and third image is next to second image, and fourth image is next to third image, and so on. But because the overflow property for the parent container div for this slider is set to hidden, that's why we don't see these images. We only see the image which is currently within the dimensions of this slider. The next time when we click on the right arrow, the current index will turn to 1, and as a result this will return as 100, and this whole thing will be 100%, but negative 100%. So what we are saying is that with respect to the original position of the slider, that is those red dots over here, move its contents 100% in the left side, because this translate x is -100%. So we are moving it towards the left side. So what will happen is that with respect to this slider, that is this dotted, the contents will shift 100% to the left like this. Yeah, something like that. So as a result, we will see this image 2 in the screen now. So this part is in the overflow part, so it's hidden. Likewise, these two are in the overflow side, so these are also hidden. We see the image 2 in the slider div. Now let's say if we again click on the right arrow and current index turns to 2. So 2 times 100 means, so -2 times 100 will give us, as a result, -200% to the left. So now again this slider div will figure out with respect to the original axis, with respect to its original position, that is this red dotted rectangle, how much the contents, that is these images, needs to be moved such that with respect to this original position of the slider, the images have been moved -200%. So we have already moved -100%. We only have to move just one more 100% to make it -200%. So as a result, we will see image number 3 in the slider div dimensions or slider div screen. Now let's suppose instead of clicking the right arrow, we click on the left arrow. So this current index will again turn back to 1, -1. So now we are saying that move this slider 100%, just 100%. So again, with respect to the original position of the slider, which is this dotted rectangle, it will try to figure out the distance of these images. So currently, these images are -200% towards the left. So it will push slightly back, and as a result, we see this image back into the slider area. So this is how this whole logic works, and make the images scroll left and right when we click on the respective arrows. I hope now you understand the logic. So let's get on with the rest of the project. Now let's go and have a peek at the browser. Okay, there's something wrong. The left arrow is not visible. Let's go to the CSS properties, and for these arrows over here, we are going to set the index to be, let's make it 10. So in this way, these arrows have higher index, z index, than the rest of the elements. Okay, so now it's visible. Now click, nothing happened. Click, nothing happened. Okay, so I did some offline troubleshooting because I wasn't sure what the problem was, and I didn't want to confuse you either, so I did it offline. Anyway, the problem is, if you notice over here, I have put in this console log message to display the current index, and see what happens. Let me refresh the page. This will be equivalent to loading the page for the very first time in the browser. So refresh. Now let's go to the developers tools. Now if you notice, it displays two messages, 5 and 0. So we only have one console log message. So what is happening is that even though we haven't clicked on the page, we have just loaded the page into the browser. But for some reason, this move slide function has been already executed twice. First for this left button, and then for the right button. This was not supposed to happen. This is a callback function, and it should only execute when we click on any of these buttons, left or right. So why is this happening? The reason is I have made a mistake. If you notice over here, I have put in with this callback function these parentheses. So when you put parentheses with any callback function, the function executes immediately rather than waiting for this event to get triggered. So we were supposed to just call the function without any parentheses. But the problem is we can't do that because we are passing in initial values as parameters. So we have to provide this -1 for the left button and 1 for the right button as the initial direction values. So how can we sort this problem out? Well, the solution is we have to attach or call bind function. So in this context, what the bind will do is that it will bind this parameter with this move slide function, but does not execute it. Well, in reality, actually another function gets created, but let's not get into it. The simple way to understand over here is, since we cannot pass any parameters to any callback function because that will make the callback function immediately get executed, so we can bind the parameters using the bind method. We have to do the same to the bind over here as well. Now hopefully that has resolved the problem, and we don't need this, or let's keep it, and let's see when we load the web page and does not click on any of the buttons, do we still see those index values that we were seeing previously? Okay, so let's refresh. Now let's check the developers tool, and as you can see, there's nothing over here. Okay, so that means it has worked. Now let's click on these buttons. Buttons. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. This bind actually needs two parameters. The first one is going to be the object to which we want to bind this function, and the second one is the value for this function. Since in our case we don't have any object to which we want to bind it to, so the first value is going to be null. Let's give it another try. Click, and it works now. Okay, so I hope this is clear now. Now with this, we are done with the sliding logic. Let's move on to styling the rest of the divs. So what we are going to do first is that we are going to give it background image to the whole web page so that we can see the glassmorphic effect. Okay, so since this section is called property details, so let's go up before the slider container. Property details. Okay, let's give it position relative, which seems unnecessary at the moment, but it has its use that you are going to see in a minute, but you have already seen in the previous videos as well, because the morphic effect, it comes with the before element, not with this actual element. So before element will use this position relative as the anchoring point. Okay, then let's give it now background image. So let's use this combined property background, and we are gonna use URL. So the image is in images folder, and I think we are gonna use realestatePro.jpg, and then the rest of the combined properties. So first of all, we don't want this image to be repeated, so no repeat. Then now we have to define the background position. So from which position the image should be start placing. So we want it from the left and top position. Then the background size, for which we want it to cover the whole area, which is the whole section. Okay. Now let's go move on to the before element of this this section. So property details before content. This is very important property. Otherwise, no matter what you do, none of those effects will be visible. So content is going to be empty. Position, let's make it absolute. So now this position is going to refer to this position as its entering or referencing point. So we want the top of this element to be exactly where the top of this position property starts. So top 0, left 0, and right 0 as well. That means cover the entire area of this property details. Now for the glassmorphic effect, so let's use background color. Okay, RGBA. Since we have been using this a lot, so we are using the same one, 255.0.2. We might have to change this property, but let's see. Background filter property, and the specific one from the background filter that we are using is blur property, and the value, let's make it 7 pixels. So this top left and 0 covers basically defines the width. Now for the height, let's make it 100% of the parent, which is this property details. Let's see. Okay, let's check in the browser its effects. Okay, so we can see the glassmorphic background image. Okay, but we have one problem, which is where is our text? The divs that contain text. So what we are going to do is that we are going to give this property details some z index, and it has to be lower than the rest of the elements. So what we are going to do is that we are going to first of all define a property details. Let's give it z index, let's give it -1, and we should give the same z index to, let's make it 0. So this one, the before element has a higher z index than property details. I think, okay, let's make it -10, and this one -1. Okay, now it's visible. So this is one div, the second one, that's its title h2, and here is the other div. Now we should start working on this div. There should be some text here. Okay. Okay, let's go to the HTML and see its content. Okay, so we have a div called basic info, class name basic info. Then we have a paragraph, lane with the class name lane, and city and bedrooms. Okay, so let's start with the basic info. So let's go down, and since we can actually just write basic info, but I'm not sure, actually I don't remember if we have used this class name in our style.css file. Just to be safe, let's prepend it with the parent class. So property details basic info. So a basic info class whose parent is property details class. Okay, so for that, let's give it some, first of all, let's give it some font size, and let's start with 1.5 frame. Background color is going to be 01372E, so it's a shade of dark green. Okay, then padding all around. So padding, let's make it for top and bottom, let's make it 2 frame. For left and right, let's make it 5 frame. Oh, we don't need this space over here. Maybe we should change the text color as well, because it's not visible at the moment. Then we will figure out how to solve this problem. Is going to be white for the text. Okay, good. Now let's sort out this problem. We want this green strip to stretch out throughout the width of the browser. We don't see this div stretching out the whole width because this div is a child of this section, and for the sections we have defined certain padding. So this div is respecting that padding. Now we have to tell it otherwise. So the way we are going to resolve this problem is by using negative margins. Well, if you think about it, the parent, which is the section, has a padding. Let's say it's 20 pixels. I'm not sure how much padding we have assigned, but let's say it's 20 pixels. So that's why there is some 20 pixel space over here and 20 pixel space over here. So the parent acts inward space between the container and its contents, whereas margin by default are the space outside the container or any element. So if we assign any margin to any element, it will add some space outside that element. Now imagine if this div also have some margin assigned to it, then it will add more space between this div and its surrounding area, which is over here. But we don't want to increase this distance, rather we want to decrease this distance. So instead of adding some margin, we are going to give it negative margins. So what negative margin will do is that it will decrease the distance between the edges of the container and its surrounding area, which is this part. So if we give this div -20 pixels, So it will decrease the distance between this edge and its surrounding area. As a result, this div will stretch out and end over here at this side. Likewise, if we give some margin over here as well, which is minus 20 pixels in our case, then it will try to decrease the distance between this edge and its surrounding area. So it will stretch out minus 20 pixels. The net effect will be this div covers the whole width of this browser width. So even though we are giving it negative margin, it is cancelling out the padding of the parent div. As a result, we are seeing a much bigger div over here, which stretches out and covers the whole width of the browser screen. So let's do it. So this is the section property details, but it doesn't have any padding assigned, but there is padding defined in the style.css file. So let's open this and check. There it is. Let's go to generic section element. Over here, we have given it padding top and bottom 2 rem. Okay, this is 5 rem. Left and right is 5 rem. So we have to give this same margin, same negative margin to the div property details div. Basic info div. Okay. So margin left is going to be minus 5 rem and margin right is going to be minus 5 rem as well. Okay, good. So this problem has been solved. Now probably we should increase the font size over here. Yeah, some paddings between the different rows and increase the font size. Okay. Font size, let's make it 2 rem first. 2 rem paragraph. Or maybe we don't need to define this. Let's comment this out for the time being. And over here in the parent, let's define line height. The font size is 2 rem, so for the line height, let's make it 2.5 rem. Maybe we should increase the line height. 3 rem. Okay, the first one is capitalized as well. Okay, so I think this is the name of the property. So any random name is given for the identification. So let's go to details.html and first of all create that paragraph or heading. Okay, so this is basic info. Let's define h3 and property unique name. Let's make it h3. Do we have any properties defined for the h3 in our CSS? Okay, this is it. 1.8 rem and padding, nothing else. Okay, so let's give it font weight. Make it 600 and see the effect. Property unique name. Okay. We have to bring it back over here. So, next line left. Yeah, that's better. Line height, let's make it 4 rem. Okay, that's good. And let's transform capitalize. Okay, good. I think it's fine for the time being. Now let's move on to the details section. So the div is details info. Details info. Maybe we should increase these font size of these icons. So since we know they are inside the spawn. Okay, so this is basic info and okay, these two are the spawns, bed and bathroom. So let's start with basic info and these fonts inside it. So font size, let's give it, what's the font size in general for this whole div? It's 2 rem. So for the icons, let's make it 2.5 rem and see how big they look. Maybe we should make it 3 rems. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, now we can actually move on to property details part. So property details, details info. So we are on the details info section. So what we are going to do is that let's start with this basic info. Copy this and see if we need to change or delete or add something. So font size 2 rem, maybe this is too much. We need 1.4 rem. Background color shouldn't be green. I think it's a white color, but let's wait. Padding all around. Padding. Yeah, let's keep the same. Color of the text is white. Margin and padding, do we need it? So negative margin and padding, we don't need it. Or do we? Yeah. Okay, we need negative margins because this div is also stretching out and covering the whole width. Line height 4 rem. We don't need this much line height. Let's make it 2 rem. So the font size over here is 1.4 and the line height is 2 rems. Maybe we should increase line height. Let's make it 2.5 rem. Line height. Oh yeah. I was looking at the demo project. So background color for this div is white. Okay, the text color can't be white, otherwise it's invisible. Okay, good. Increase the font size to 1.8 rem and line height 2.5. Let's see. Let's also make it 2.8. So 1 rem's height. The difference of 1 rem height between the font size and the line height. Okay, unique property features go here. Detailed property description goes here. So this one also needs to come over here. This is H2. Copy. Paste and H2. Text align is left. Okay, good. We need some padding. Padding top and bottom. Top and bottom, let's make it 3 rem. Left and right, we don't need any padding, so 0 rem. Okay, that's good. That's good. Now we don't need any margin because this form we will move it over here, this area. Okay, let's worry about it later. But for the time being, I have forgotten 2 things. I need to fix them. Okay, so when we are making sure that these 2 divs stretch out and cover the whole width, we gave it negative margins and it has worked. But in order to make it foolproof and make sure that it works under all the circumstances, we have to give it explicit width as well. So let's go back to the basic info. Okay, so over here, after defining the negative margin and height, let's give it explicit width, and this time it's going to be calculated by 100% width of its own parent, which is whatever width it inherits from the parent, then plus we have to add these negative rems that we have given to the margin left and margin right. Since it's 10 rem in total, so we are going to add it. Okay, so even though it doesn't have any visual effect, but now this has made our website more foolproof. We have to do the same for the next div as well, which is details info. Okay, there is one more thing that we need to do, which was for the arrows. So if you remember, where are the arrows, the left and right arrows for the slider that we have defined? Okay, so over here, where are the arrows? Over here, we have given it top 50%. So what this did, it brought the arrows 50% down from the top over here in the center. Now over here, the difference isn't as much visible, but I think you can still see some difference. If you notice, the gap, the space over here is slightly less than the space over here. That means these 2 arrows aren't exactly central. This is because when we define the top 50%, so it started placing this element exactly where it's 50% from the top. So the rest of the element is placed downwards. So that's why over here you can see slightly less space than over here. Had this element been a bit bigger, let's say it was some image, then it would have been placed like this over here. But we want it to be exactly in the center no matter what. So after defining the top, we have to push it 50% up with respect to its starting position. So whatever position it has been placed, we have to push it 50% up. So it will be start placing over here like that. Okay, so to do that, we are going to say transform, and we are going to translate vertically minus 50%. Okay, good. Now if you notice, the space seems to be equally divided between over here and over here. So when we define top, so the top place this element exactly at 50% from this position, and the transform and translate pushed it upward with respect to its original dimensions of the element. So this element was placed over here like that, and then from that position the translate pushed it 50% up over here. As a result, now you can see they are properly aligned. The space is equally divided, and we can see that these elements are exactly in the center. Okay, now we can work on this this form. So we have to push it and place it over here, something like that. So currently our form is over here, so we have to move it and place it over here. So what's the name that we have given to this form? Property contact form. We are not going to use this class name because this is the class name that we have given in our style.css file, and this form is basically present on the landing page. If we define any further properties over here, then the form on our landing page will also get affected. So we wanted all the properties that are defined over here to be present in this form as well, but the additional properties we will define in this class. So copy, and now let's go down and place it over here. Okay, let's make it position. In fact, let's not use position. Let's again use transform and translate properties. So translate, since we are going to push it vertically as well as horizontally, so translate. Now let's start with, we want to push it upwards. Okay, let's see. So this is where the form is. We have to push it somewhere over here horizontally and then over here vertically. So for the x-axis, let's push it 60% towards the left, and for the y-axis, let's push it minus 100% towards the top. Okay, so this is where the form is. We probably have to decrease the size, but let's worry about it in a bit. But let's push it a bit further over here and a bit further up over there. So let's make it 110, and let's make this one 80. Furthermore, 140, and this one, let's make it 100. Okay, so we are going to push it a bit further up, slightly up, and then we should decrease the size of this whole form as well, because it's too big as it is. So maybe 150, and we can use scale property to decrease the size. So let's make it slightly bigger than 50%. So if you make it 0.5, that means 50% or half. So let's make it 0.7 and see the effect. Okay, so I think the size is fine, but we need to push it a bit further above. So let's make it 160, minus 160. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, so this is how it looks. Now we have to look how does it behave responsively. So, okay, so this is 1200 pixels. I think everything is fine. Okay, we don't need to make any changes. Now let's take 768 pixels. Oh, there's something horribly wrong. We can see this white space over here. That's because the form has been pushed out. So that's one problem. The other is we can't see this hamburger menu icon that's supposed to appear once we are in the 768, so that we can click on it and see the drop-down menu. So where shall we begin fixing the problems? So I think in order to figure out how to start fixing the problem, we are temporarily making this form invisible. So over here, let's define media queries for max width 768 pixels, and copy this form class name, paste over here, and let's temporarily display none. Okay, so this is how it looks. Okay, so now we have to figure out why this image is too big to fit in this width. The reason is, let's go to the slider container. Okay, over here. So we have given it two properties, width 100 viewport width and max width 800 pixel width. So we are saying the width should be the 100% of the viewport width, which when we are in 768 is less than 800 pixels. So this property is not being violated. But the problem is that this is being placed over here. That means a part of it is being pushed outside over here. Now, because the section has some padding defined, therefore this container is respecting this width as far as its initial placement is considered. But when we reach over here, because the width is 100% viewport width, so over here this container has no choice but to overflow out of this part over here and disrespect the padding defined over here. So that's the reason. So now we have to tell it shouldn't be 100% 100 viewport, rather it should be 100% of the parent, and the parent of this is still the property details section, but now it will respect the paddings, and subtracting those paddings, whatever is the total width occupied by this property details, that width will be assigned to this slider container. Okay, now as you can see, the paddings are being respected. Okay, so this problem is sorted out. Now we have to figure out why we can't see this drop down menu. The reason is, let's go to the details.html. And over here, if you notice, we have two CSS files, slider and style. This style file is making this menu icon invisible by default. But then through JavaScript, which is defined in the, let's go to index over here. In this script file, there is JavaScript logic defined, which makes that menu icon appear at the right time. And because we don't have this JavaScript file linked with our details.html file, therefore, since that logic is not present, so that logic is not working. So we are going to paste it over here. And now hopefully we will be able to see that hamburger icon. Okay, so we have this hamburger icon present. So this part is sorted as well. Now let's go to slider and make the form visible again. So let's comment this out and see where this form is present. So now this form is overflowing out of the viewport area. So we have to fix this. So let's copy this, paste it over here. Now translate, instead of 100%, let's make it 60%, and we have to push it down. So let's make it 120%, minus 120%. And scale, let's decrease the size. Okay, this is how it looks. We need to push it a bit further over here and a bit down as well. So let's make it 55% and let's make it 100%. 100%, and for the scaling, let's make it 0.6. 550. Okay, so I think it's fine. The font size is fine as well. Again, where is the drop down? Oh God, this problem is not sorted yet. So what we can do is, let's go for the property detail, that is the section width, let's make it 100% and overflow hidden. Yeah, it's fine. Let's check 1200 again. Okay, good. We need to have certain rows and height column as well. So why isn't it working? Let's check in the HTML first. So we haven't given it any rows or explicit rows or columns. So rows, let's make it 5 rows. Okay, this is better, but maybe we should increase the rows. Let's make it 8 rows. Yeah. Okay, now it's fine. Now again go back to 768. 768. Yeah, I think this is fine. Now check 480. For 480, instead of making this form, contact form present over here, let's place it over here because it's too congested for the form to be present over here. So what we can do is, let's go down. Media theory for the max width 480 pixels. Let's copy this. Let's translate back to original position and scale 1. Okay, that's good. We should put in some space over here. So margin top, let's make it 2 then. Yeah, I think that's good. Now let's check one more time. 768. Now check 1200. Good. Okay. And with this, we are done with the front-end side of the Realtor website. There are still some things that we need to put into place, but that will only happen when we have our backend. For example, let's go to the feature. When we click on it, we want to be taken to the details page, but the details page of this property. But that means we have to associate a click event with the card. But because the URL needs to know the ID of this property in the database, so until we know that, it doesn't make sense to associate that click event listener. So this is one thing that we need to do, but that will only happen when we have our backend. The other thing, once the contact form message has been sent, we need to receive toast notification to let us know if the message has been received successfully or something went wrong. So again, that toast notification can only be triggered once the backend has successfully sent the message. So since this is reliant on the backend logic, so that part will also be incorporated once we have our backend. Otherwise, our front end for the Realtor website is complete. In our next video, we will start working on our backend. I hope you like this video. If you want to encourage me, then please don't forget to like the video, watch it till the end, comment, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much. Happy coding.